And so we begin. Today is our second last tournament before the grand finals. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh Nelly. I'm gonna have a best of 3 lined up with SIPA on Friday, 1:30 p.m. Oh boy. Oh boy. The stress goes hard. Should be fun though, no matter what happens. Worst case scenario, I lose. And then I get to take Saturday off, you know? Get to chill, relax. It'll be great. For now though, we got a sick tournament. So I'm gonna generate the bracket in but 1 minute. We actually have a healthy amount of signups today. And hopefully, we can get some good old matches going. Hopefully. Last time we lost to Danican. 0-2. Guy wrecked my face. Beat him in the best of 9s. Doesn't matter. The guy's a menace. Alright, tournament is starting. And we're up against Potatoes Devil. Nice. Potatoes Devil. Yo. We're up. Alrighty. So we're playing the round 2 maps. Border Low Landing, Crystal Lake, and Proving Grounds. Not the best shooting maps ever. Let's see what factions they decide to go for. Hope you guys are doing great, by the by. I'm stressing so hard. And their first faction is gonna be Ogres. Mine was Wood Elves. Ugh. Let's see if they're going Ogres. I feel like Vampire Counts is generally safe. I should get good at playing Vampire Counts, and they go for Tzeentch. Oof. Ogre Tzeentch versus Counts Wood Elves. Ugh, that's not the most comfortable thing in the world. It's not a terrible position for Empire. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, so Empire, Vampire Counts, and Wood Elves versus Ogres, Tzeentch, and let's see the last faction. What's it gonna be? Warriors of Chaos. Alright. And I'm gonna ban Vampire Counts versus Tzeentch to start off. What's up to Ball? Danican was simply too good at casting Winds of Death that game. Oof. I think that was a comment from yesterday. Oof. When's the next High Elf stream? After the tournament. When the grand finals are done, we're back to having some fun, casual streams. It'll be great. Wow, he picked Warriors of Chaos and had to ban 2 matchups with them. That's rough. Vampire Counts vs. Ogres is good. Empire vs. Ogres is good. Empire vs. Tzeentch is good. Wood Elves vs. Ogres is pretty sus, but I actually kind of want to try that. Honestly, I kind of want to try all these matchups. I think I'll ban Wood Elves Tzeentch.
Payment for the hours of content I've already watched, which isn't nearly enough, of course. Best of luck in the grand finals, bud.
But? Wait, best of luck in the grand finals, but wait, let me check the message in a bit. Oh my gosh, 20 euros. Thank you so much. You know what? Let's ban the Zinch matchup so I can practice versus Ogres. Bud! He said Bud! There we go. That makes sense. Thank you so much. It is very much appreciated. Honestly, donating at all makes up for a lot of views. When one view gives me like 1/10 of a penny, you've already given much more than your standard viewer. I appreciate it. Can you do the Wurzag dance on stream? I don't think I'm proficient enough. All right. He's gonna play Ogres versus the Gauntlet. Ogres versus Empire counts in Wood Elves. That would be fun. I think he's probably gonna want to play, yeah, Wood Elves versus Ogres in Chaos, Empire versus Ogres. Oh boy. All right. Let's play Empire versus Ogres first. Ban Proving. Yeah. Ban Proving Grounds? That means we're playing on board a low landing. How very exciting. Empire versus Ogres. This is a natural counter pick that I kind of want to practice. On an awkward map like this though, I don't know. Does YouTube Premium help you with the revenue? Actually, a quite significant amount. Let me see. Let me open up my statistics right now. Analytics. Monetization. Revenue. Let's see here. YouTube Premium makes up 21% of my income on YouTube. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Memberships makes up 14%. Super chats make up 6.6%. And ad revenue is 56%. So yeah, apparently YouTube Premium's where it's at. Jeez Louise. Really? Wants to play in Crystal Lake. What a mad lad. Alright. So be it. Whoops. I want this. Hopefully we can play some Throggy today. He's pretty fun. Alright. So Empire. Empire versus Ogres. Generally speaking, just don't get rushed. It's that simple. Is this your full-time job? It is. I'm making, you know, close to minimum wage. But that's livable with how much I save and how much I saved back when I did software development. If you want a rough idea of what this level of doing streaming looks like, that's what you can expect. Though, if my channel grows even a little bit, like if my channel doubles, then I'm making more than when I was doing software development. Obviously, doubling is a little difficult, but not impossible. I would suspect Turin's actually making like a solid living. If you're on the scale of Turin. If you're on the scale of me, it's livable. Legend used to say premium was better for him than super chats. And he got a bunch of big ones each stream. Yeah, well, like, you know, I think like it scales, like all of the things scale pretty linearly, right? Between donations and stuff. Oh my gosh, Calamity. Thank you so much, man. What the crap? Holy crap, man. Thank you. Enjoy your emotes and such. I think you can also highlight messages, if you remember. Something that you may be interested in doing. Do you have any form of early access for the new DLC? Typically, CA does give early access for the DLC. So as soon as I can show it off to you guys, I will. Gotta boost some Wookiee numbers. Dang, man. That's hardcore. But yeah, I can't wait for the DLC. We're gonna be showing off a lot, I assure you. Also, by the way, Ogres. If you have a hard time versus Ogres, the answer is to destroy their leadership. If you just have a decent amount of terror, Ogres are pretty weak sauce. They're actually super susceptible to terror bomb strats. So yeah, you basically just use that, and then life's chill. Do you post anywhere else? We stream on Twitch and YouTube, and technically I have an Instagram, but I haven't posted to it in ages. That's kind of my bad. Still kind of feel a little overwhelmed with the workload. As soon as I can get more comfortable posting these edited videos, then life should free up for me fairly well, I think. Alright, this build looks decent. No major complaints. I think whatever Ogres brings against us, it should be fairly good for us. Maybe he does a build-up strat, but I have a counter to that. You just now realized there were any perks to membership, which is a bit embarrassing since it's been over a year. Well, hey, I'm happy for just the support. Usually, if we're playing campaign streams, I would give you guys named characters, but I haven't played as much campaign lately. You were thinking it was just a tree? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's another thing I kind of want to work on. Probably next year. The first and foremost important thing that I got to focus on is getting out the content on a more regular basis. If I do that, we're good ease. And then, once we get a lot of people watching the videos, then we can do all the minute stuff, a little nitpicking. You remember being a named unit of knights that died in their first battle? Good times. Yeah, man. That's a premium. This is a premium benefit that you get for being a member. Oh boy. If I ever become president / prime minister of the world, do not enlist. Do not enlist in the army of Anticity. Alright, here we go. So this is a sick build. Cannons, the natural enemy of ogres. And then just a bunch of chaff. Now, typically, this can make you a little sus against the build-up strat. That's basically where the ogres camp back here until we get 500 tickets. Then they go for one big push, capturing the points along the way. And it will take you too long to recapture the points because Empire is generally a pretty slow faction. Now, a couple ways to counter that. Either you just have such a rock-solid defense that you just kill them. That's pretty fun. Option number 2. You go for some big strats. No. What am I saying? I'm just filling up space at this point. You go for kite. There you go. My brain's working. It's working. Yeah, you go for some Outriders. Some sort of mobile poke damage. That'll make it where any buildup is kind of mitigated. Seems like we do have a fairly aggressive build to start off with. Now, Outriders are a little risky. Potentially they just die. But I see no lead belchers. I gotta attack, right? So my eyes a bit dry. But yeah, if we're gonna see no lead belchers, we might as well get a little bit of free poking. How do you move an army like that? Alt, left click drag, control to rotate. Oh boy, what'd I do? Oh jeez, oh my god, I goofed up. I was like, how do I cancel the selection? It's okay, I have a plan, just move the army. Wait, shouldn't you be able to? Yeah, you can just right click and then it goes away. Game glitched out on me or something. It's okay, it's okay. This is why you learn to set up your formations quickly. Lest you lest you accidentally misclick yourself into oblivion. Whew. It's a little awkward. Just a smidge. Just a smidge, but we're goodies. Now this does not feel like a hyper aggressive ogre push, and that's because lead belchers were in the trees the whole time. Ouch! Oh my god. The hidden lead belcher style? Disastrous. At the end of the day, I still have my cannons here. They're chilling. Boris. Having a dandy old time. We got our Vizard. And the problem with lead belchers is that cannons obliterate their poor faces. It's a little bit of a hammering there. Should definitely get the job done. Boris is also just really nice at exploiting these kind of stall strats. Because most of the time, they're not going to have a lot to actually defend their units from getting bullied by this guy. So we can break their leadership, rear charge them, all that stuff. There's some ambleback yetis. Alright, I guess we'll just shoot him up. He's in a fairly nice defensive position against my artillery, though. How interesting. Boris, though, he's gonna continue being a menace. This is a triple cap. No, a double cap situation. That's pretty nice. He's gonna get a Buna on my Outriders. That does a pretty high amount of damage. That's not the injured Outriders, though, so they should be relatively okay. I don't think they'll be routing anytime soon. And every route I get on these Noblars is good. Every time we get them routed, they're gonna be one less route away from getting completely shattered. And that's generally a happy time for us. Look at that, Boris. He's chilling, man. He's having a great day. So as far as I'm concerned, stall strategies just don't work against this. Because you're just not gonna uptrade well enough. The use of magic here, though, is definitely going to swing things in the favor of my opponent slightly. There are a lot of lead belchers, though. But if I keep letting my Outriders get caught out like this, maybe this just becomes a big old skirmish game where my opponent wins via skirmishing, because he's actually getting a fairly decent amount of value. Now, my cannons are poking well, too. Outriders, they generally don't contribute that much to this little thing in the corner. Because of weird design choices from CA, I guess. So you can't completely trust. You can't completely trust that. Looks like Boris, though, he's doing well. He's taking a decent amount of damage here, but I think the poking is still going fairly good for us. I'm not that worried overall. He's gonna throw out yet another Buna. And okay, yeah, now we're going for the big push. This is where we definitely want to get some cav going. We're going to have some staggered spears here. As long as this push isn't too crazy, I think we're fine. Though I may lose some units here to some Saber Tusk. With yeah, some Demi Knights getting in there, they should be fine. And these Outriders are not going to be useless during this push. They're still able to get quite the beating down. I'm just a little worried that maybe I summoned in a few too many ranged units here. We'll kind of have to see how this plays out because I don't have a lot of cav. I actually have quite a ludicrously low amount of cavalry here, which is not exactly the best situation. Now this flank is going pretty slow. That's going to be nice. I'm going to be able to brace some spears up over here. Should be able to get some routes over in that distance maybe. And the Saber Tusks, they're not a big deal. I don't think anyways. Oh my god, I still don't have any cavalry though. Okay, yeah, Saber Tusk is going to be a small deal. A minor deal, but I have cavalry again over there. Center line of the Ogres is suffering real bad too. As long as we uptrade here, I'm happy. As long as I don't get army wiped, this is pretty bad for the Ogres. You can see how annoying it is to actually capture these points and push at the same time. And while the meta has had these kind of build-up strategies for a bit, the ways to deal with them have also been evolving. So there you go. My Outriders are chilling. Boris is terror routing fools. This flank is just way too slow. And I can actually get some free company militia here. I think they can bully the lead belchers. Maybe that's a terrible misplay. We'll have to see. But I'm pretty sure they do well there. We'll just ignore the pigback riders. Oh, look at those guns. The fireworks show continues. My brace spears are chilling. Now there they go. Causing a little bit of a ruckus. Those lead belchers. But I still have a double cap. So I really don't know how my opponent's supposed to win this. The fact that we still have the capture is actually so bad for him. Because like this entire push is meant to be slightly inefficient. And then it pressures points, which is how you get the efficiency back. This is actually a really bad situation for my opponent. He does have more infant cavalry though. So the battle is far from over. But my Demogryph Knights are still in good health. Just got to figure out what I want to summon. I think we're going to go for Empire Knights. I was a bit slow on summoning them in. I wasn't too sure what I actually wanted here in this situation. We've got some good routes there. Hopefully gonna route these guys off. We're gonna get another Empire Knight. More infant cavalry is kind of a menace, but I do have magic to route them off. They are not terror causing, so I'm pretty sure we can just bully them. Yep. Wow. Talk about lackluster, man. Holy crap. Those Mornfang Cav crumbled immediately under the pressure. Wow. The hit by artillery debuff certainly doing them no favors. Oh my goodness. Well, that's a rough time. I really don't like Mornfang Cavalry, by the way. Really not a big fan. He does route off my Griffites though. My Royal Altdorf Griffites. But I should be able to focus on uptrading here now. He has a Saber Tusk pack, but that's not a big deal. We're actually still holding that double cap. Insane. Unfortunately, my poor guys. My poor elite cavalry's dead. But if I can just kill his lord, I think we're fine here. Still have the middle point. Absolutely glorious. And then I think we will just keep spamming Cav now. Them pigback riders are going to be a little annoying. Outriders got to stay safe for sure. Trading wise, it's actually relatively close too. But you got to remember, we still have that point cap. He also wasted a lot of Bunas on these Outriders. I feel like if he didn't do that, he would have been in a much better position. You know what? Now it's not a terrible time to spam archers. My opponent has to capture the points. And archers will force his units to have to go into my backfield. Which is not exactly a comfortable position. Nice. Outriders got them routed. How's the Boris doing? He's doing great. It's a little bit of a collapse of my line, so I'm still surprised that I still have capture weight. I don't even know how that's possible. And yeah, if you play fighting for the point, your opponent generally is going to try and dive into your backfield. And in doing so, they actually don't get the capture points. It's really weird. It's really weird. But against a build-up strat, you actually want to be on the more aggressive side. Because indeed, you actually force your opponent to get into an awkward position that way. Now there is more cav. Gonna have to be wary of that, but I can just focus on trading. We kind of win on a one cap right now. So trading it shall be. And we're capturing this flank point. Middle point's not getting captured. And my opponent's focused on trading right now, right? Barely captures this point. Sabertusk killing my Empire Knights. That's actually kind of surprising. Did not realize they would do that bad, but such is life. We got a little defensive position over here. There go his Yetis are trying to be useful. But look at that. We've actually out-captured the Ogres now. I just got to tear out these pigback riders and I'm good. How's this going? Decent. I guess he will have a double cap. They will have a double cap. Can we get an Outrider volley here? Can they shoot at any moment? There we go. Took them a long time, but they got there. And then we run for our lives. I think there's a small hill line of sighting me. The dreaded tiny hills. Truly the end of the Empire. All right, very nice. Let's start gathering our troops. A couple lead belchers here should not be a big issue. Cannons are actually going to be pretty clutch here against them cav units. We decrease their leadership to make them rout. Do you know these guys have a base 60 leadership? It's so garbage. The Morinfang cavalry have the same leadership as yeah, it's just normal bulls. It's very sad. So Boris is definitely just going to cause a mass rout here. He'll be great. Then we're going to pull back. Gonna see if we can leadership break these fools. They may not. I think it's kind of a tussle whether or not they hold here. Spellcast is good, but yeah, we'll see. Regardless, we're kind of just giving up the high ground to get the low ground. We definitely win on a one cap. And there's a cannon just bullying him right now. Though the Morinfang cavalry, are they gonna hold? Are they actually gonna hold? Holy crap. They might actually hold. Dang. All right. Yeah, you do get a leadership boost when charging. So that's helping them out a little bit. They finally rout though. And now we can just plonk away with the cannon. Low ground is secured. And then I'm just going to keep bullying him. The name of the game is value trading. And in a match where he's kind of run out of units, this is a fairly comfortable position for us. Oh, look at that wizard. He's even capturing the point for me. What a Chad. So we'll just go there. How's Boris's vigor doing? It's not the best. I think if I just spam spears, or I'll be okay, right? Let's not get too complacent, though. This could easily go south if I am not careful. Are these lead belchers really holding? Come on, guys. Just get routed. You have 3 entities left. And then another Bune on a full HP Outrider is just not going to be too impactful. Very nice. Oh, the wizard. The Yetis. Yeti's coming after him. Oh my god, he gets terror outed. What a shame. Guy's getting bullied by Yetis. Oh, is that an amplified Buna? Dang, it actually routed my Outriders. Alrighty, alrighty. The Yetis hold. Okay, with enough misplays, we could actually lose this. I'm gonna try and go for the Lord Snipe. I think I'm gonna go for the Lord Snipe finisher, getting some cavalry here so we actually have some capture weight. And then as soon as the Lord is dead, then we'll be goodies. Yetis are routed, hell yeah. Where are these blood vultures going? They're actually mildly stacked. Okay, they're going for my Outriders. Here's the thing though, Boris is just too much of a Chad, right? Yeah, he's too much of a Chad. All right, we're good. Not worried for a second. If he captured this point earlier though, we actually might have lost. Kind of terrifying. As one-sided as this might have felt, this was actually a decently pitched battle. Although I was kind of taking it easy towards the end of the game there. You take Arcane Conduit on casters? Nope. Usually magic is not something you want to throw around willy-nilly. Magic is a precious resource that you want to maximize. You get 80 wins of magic. You best spend it well. Like, look at this guy. 2,400 value. He did not need... Well, I guess he did have extra ingredients. Gonna practice my micro here so that Boris can actually land hits. You want to hit halt for a second and then reissue the attack command. That'll generally make sure that Boris actually lands his hits. Though he kind of overreached there and took off into the sky, which kind of screwed with his thing. Flying units are just janky, man. One of the big things that I hope CA fixes in the big patch. That's the list. I have that in there, right? Ranged fixes, spectator. Do I really not have flying? Plus flying fixes. There we go. It's a big list. Or you could just not spend it all. Well, in this match in particular, magic is just less important than having more money. Like in this match, ogres are just magic resistant as a faction. So you generally want to go cheaper on a caster. It's similar with Khorne, where sometimes you don't even go for magic. Against most factions, you want to make sure that you're very precious with your magic. Kind of depends though. If you're going for a big rush, or you're expecting a big rush, maybe you want a magic dump. In that case, like a light wizard can do okay, but like, would I rather get an extra net or have like an extra spearman, right? Yeah, I think I would rather have the extra spearmen against ogres. They're just really magic resistant. Like, I don't even want to take like spirit leech or something on my caster. He's simple. He costs like 400, man. He is as cheap as it gets. 2,000. 2,000 value on the cannons, dang. That's pretty cray. Alright, it's one proving grounds. And we are now playing the Wood Elves. Hell yeah. It's a shame buff spells are so terrible, or else using magic on your own guys could be fun tech for magic resist factions. I know, right? If you look at the lore of death, like, it's not worth bringing Soul Blight, man. It also costs 150 for some reason. Yeah, there's like nothing, right? Unless you really want Aspect of the Dread Knight. But like, is Aspect of the Dread Knight really gonna like win me that game there? Maybe it is a terror causing thing, so that can help maybe route off some units. But I already have Boris and the Altdorf Griffites. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. The fact that you have to spend so much money to get more magic is really a really big pain. Piercing bolts can do a lot of damage to ogres. Just ask them to stand in place. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, there's like some magic that can do okay, but then you need to spend even more money. Like you got to get Marcus to net them down. I don't want to just spend more money. Spending even more money just to get a little bit more value out of your magic. What faction should I ban for a free-for-all campaign with the boys? Free-for-all, Wood Elves are pretty strong. Wood Elves with basic kite are so annoying because it just stealth and shoot. I think they're probably the worst ones to deal with. Aside from them, I think you're generally okay in most free-for-alls. Oh, no, campaign. Campaign is weird, man. It's not even like faction based. I think there's a list of factions online though, like a tier list of free for all or campaign faction strength. I would just go by that and play in one tier rather than banning factions because they're so skewed. That yeah, you kind of just have to do it that way. Alright, Hellstriders. Hellstriders are butts. Super duper annoying to deal with. So how does one manage them? I have some options. This is an okay ability. Ban Corn. Yeah, I know Corn can be pretty bonkers. Damage and healing last forever. That's why they're the only thing that matters. Make buffs the same. Dude, permanent buffs would be crazy. The problem is most buffs would be, if they were permanent, they would be OP if you cast it on your lord. But I would welcome the madness that comes from permanent buffs. Like, imagine you have Kolek. You give him like, you give him a permanent, I don't know, give anyone a permanent flesh to stone and it's bonkers, man. Oh my god, that would be hilarious though. Permanent flesh to stone, you gotta counter it with permanent magic damage on your lord. Come on, that'd be sick. I think it would get old really fast, but I think it would be hilarious. Oh my god. The absolute madness. I'm telling you guys though, CA is way too scared to make crazy changes to multiplayer. But also with their, you know, year-long updates, maybe we don't want a year-long patch of like super OP permanent buffs. I guess that makes sense, but that's just saying you can't fix one issue because you have another issue, you know? How about you fix all the issues? We'll see. We'll see how they fare with this upcoming update. I know we have a lot of skeptics, but sometimes I do like to hold on to hope every once in a while. Alright, my build's decent. This should be good enough. At least more than 20 seconds. The problem is that a lot of people will bring up single entities. A lot of buffs disproportionately favor single entities. So if you make it good enough for infantry, kind of have an issue there. But like, I think right now, buff spells are really niche good against Cav. I wouldn't mind if buff spells were just as common as Melkoths. Like, I'm kind of sick and tired of Melkoths. Everyone's running Melkoths, Buna, Flock of Doom. And then, like, the occasional different spell, right? If we're gonna have a meta, at least have it be a different meta. They could introduce items on heroes or lords that would nullify all buffs and debuffs. Bro, that'd be cool, man. Because they already have silences, which are pretty nice. Yo, if Malekith's aura, you know how it kind of negates, it kind of like silences, but it's a magic nullification thing, right? Luther Harkon. They should totally just nullify buffs. That would be sick. What's this? Counterplay in my multiplayer game? Never heard of it. A 1,700 weapon strength Malagor. Yeah, I feel like they gotta do something about foot characters. Though I feel like land battles kind of make foot characters really hard to balance in a domination context. Because in land battle, I think foot characters, I would assume they're quite viable because they can kind of sit and stand their ground. By definition, yes. By definition, this is a good mathematical theory. If 20-second buffs are worthless and infinite ones are OP, then there's a sweet spot in the middle where they're viable. Now, technically, this mathematical theory only applies if the graph is continuous. And you could argue that the graph is not continuous because Warhammer is a game where frames matter, right? So technically, you could have a one frame difference change on your buff spells, and that would be enough to not have a middle ground of balance. Obviously, that's very unlikely. But as a math major, as a math and proofs major, I have to bring it up. Is that a village? Holy crap, it's a village. Give me a buff that lasts 6 months. They should just make it ludicrous, but not infinite. Oh yeah, he back dodged, so I shot them in the rear. You're kind of doomed if you dodge, and doomed if you don't. Because if you dodge, you're not shielded anymore. But if you don't dodge, you take the full brunt of the attack. It's kind of painful. I do have the Blessing of the Ancients, by the way. I can use that to amp my abilities a little bit. Didn't go for the dodge that time. Took the full weight of a volley there. So now we have the Blessing of the Ancients. So if I Melkoth these fools, then we'll win. Fun fact, Blessing of the Ancients, if you leave that little aura, you don't get the damage amp anymore. So you best stay in the trees if you actually want to keep it around. That's pretty good. Melkoth's got me 165 value on Hellstriders. That is generally regarded to be quite worth my time. We also know my opponent's rush is pretty weak sauce. Because guess what? It's all infantry. Is he doing another build-up strat against me? Is he really doing another build-up strat against a kite build? Build-up don't work versus kite, man. It don't work. All right, it goes another Marauder unit. I'm farming value right now. 330 value. Value tracker is supremely off right now. It is immensely off. It is terribly off. Ah, hell yeah, all right. We got a game. We got more Hellstriders coming on in. Gonna have to start summoning in infantry. First things first, though, we're just gonna bully these guys to death. That's a double exalted hero on horseback. All right. Going for 1 capture point. But I don't really care if my opponent gets capture points. As long as my damage per tickets won by them is really good. It's pretty over for my dear opponent here. Now, technically, these Hellstriders are still alive. Yes, I am going to Melkoth them again just to get them off the battlefield. We can be less efficient with magic as we get more ahead. And he actually desummons them, which is pretty jokes. You know why? Because he's not going to get a lot of value back off of that. I'm actually quite happy that he desummoned them. Because now I can Melkoth these guys. Woo! Get another Waywatcher volley. These guys cost 1,100 something. If they get 500 gold worth of value and then I desummon them, it's generally pretty worth. We can kind of bully my opponent in the trees right now. Yeah, we can kind of just bully him. Take some spicy engagements here. Because guess what? I have a massive value lead. And the moment they have to push, it's pretty rough. Pretty good Waywatcher volley on those Marauders. Double Manticore gets summoned though. Interesting. Just gonna get another Melkoths over here. Or those Chaos Knight Lances. Should have saved the Melkoths then. So we obviously don't want to die to Chaos Knight Lances. If I get a Melkoths on them though, we'll be okay. Chaos Warriors heading out of the trees, so that's a good time to get yet another volley on them. Village has, he doesn't have anything. I think he was really worried about getting sniped here. Kind of whiffs the spell cast. And we might have just enough flanking shots here to actually get through some of their shields. We'll see. Double Manticore on the flank. Kind of chilling. So we're going to get that cast on the Chaos Knights here. There we go. And then we're going to fly back into the forest. Then we're going to get a volley on them. Brutalize their poor faces. Melkoths will make it harder for them to dodge. We're just going to keep pulling back. How good is your Manticore dodging? Oh, crap. Almost friendly fired my Dryads. Yeah, they were actually charging my guys there. So far, so good, though. As long as these Waywatchers live, I'm happy. Manticore dodging at point blank. Oh, dang. What a wasted volley. Charge animations kind of break your auto-targeting of your units. That can make it a little unfortunate sometimes. He's going to dodge this one, though. Attack animation, maybe? No. Line of sight issues. Well, that makes things a little bit more sketchy, then. Just a smidge. Just a smidge. I'm going to keep getting Melkoth's action here. So at the very least, that'll do pretty well. But I have a little bit of an issue here. That's that these SEs are just going to be camping me for a little bit. Overall, shouldn't be the end of the world. Value trading is still quite in my favor. I'm going to see a dodge here on this Exalted Hero. No. Takes a pretty nasty volley to the face. As long as we have enough archers here that are nice and safe, I don't think I have to be too worried. A couple Chaos Warhounds I should be able to bully. Lord is actually still chilling. She's farming value like no one's business. Chaos Knight Lance has got nothing on her. And with yet more range, the value trading should be great. I generally don't have to worry too much about capturing points anytime soon. We're still fairly comfortable as far as that's concerned. And then these Exalted Heroes, oh, they're on chariots. Well, that means they're just dead, right? The hitboxes are too big. Yeah, they're just dead. Oh boy, those exalted chariots. Not the prettiest situation to be in. As they get positively blasted. Another blast here. Oh, dang, he dead. Alright, so with the exalted heroes completely off the battlefield, now I can start worrying about potentially recapturing some shenanigans. So what, we got some Hellstriders over here. Not a big deal. We can just shoot them up. There you go. These Way Watchers, they have a leadership debuff. Helps with the routes and all that. So I just got to worry about desummoning them soon, and then we're good. Capture points shall be mine soon. Tickets are going to look a little sus for a second, guys, but I assure you, everything is under control and totally fine. Even the fact that these Warhounds are jumping me. Okay, maybe not that. Maybe it's a little sketchy. Maybe. Warhounds are uniquely annoying against us in this particular situation. They just, yeah, they're just gonna trade decently well versus everything I have here. Never mind. Immediately routed. All right. Oh, dang, I lost a Wild Rider on the flank to some Marauders? Well, that's embarrassing. Overall, though, I think we're pretty good. My Lord's at great health. I still have lots of magic and almost 2,000 value. She's doing just fine. Gonna need to deal with the doggos, sadly, but Hellstriders are dead. We've got some fairly elite elf units over here. Getting into the fight. Gonna have to kill off the Hellstriders, though. At least this point's getting captured. This one's getting captured. All right. Where's my Lord at? Chasing off some fools. Yeah, I think we're still good. I think we're still good. When you're at this much of a threat of being fully army wiped, it doesn't matter if you have a couple tickets. The army wipe is simply going to be a little too painful for you. Though, no desummons on my Way Watchers is a little painful. Just gonna overcast this just to get the dogs out of the way. But there's capture point number 1. There's capture point number 2. My opponent has effectively no more units, and victory shall be ours. Yes, there may be a couple Chaos Knights here. If we brace for that, I think we'll be good. All right, get some desummons. Is there anything I really have to worry about here? Just a couple Chaos Knights. Charging into brace units, though. They're getting slowed, right, by those Dryads? Yeah. The chilling aura of the Dryads, hype. Village being a menace. But look at this. We have Wild Riders. Just to really make sure I capture this far point, we're going to bring them in there. Chariots, all right. Honestly, things were looking a little sketchy up until the point my opponent brought in up until the point they got out of position with the chariot heroes, and then they just got blasted. I think as soon as my guys dealt with them, I was sitting in a fairly comfortable position. So now it's a final Hail Mary on that far point. But we almost win on a 1 cap. Or we almost win on a double cap, so that means life is pretty comfortable as soon as we actually take this point. Now we definitely win on 1 capture. Unfortunately, I am out of Winds of Magic now. Lord has managed 2,300 value off the magic I spent, though. That's a fairly nice amount of cash money to get off of that. Village, apparently a good fighter versus my own Lord. He'll be okay, but probably not the greatest guy in the world. But at this point, we safely win on 2 capture points. So in this big fight, my opponent's going to try and steal this point, but it's just not going to be enough. There's just no chaos really to be had on the battlefield. Village is Does he survive cycle charging? I'm actually kind of interested to see. I can also use these Wildwood Rangers to clean him up. Surprised that the Manticore came back. What's the base leadership of this thing? 56. How is it sticking around? Look at this guy. Manticore, Chad moding it. Holy crap, village. Oh, CA. I would say never change, but no, please change. Fun fact. Characters with a lot of stats get wrecked by charge bonus. I get an extra 47 melee attack on the charge, which means village gets dumpstered by my lord on a bird. You'd think he'd be good, but no, not at all. Although he's barely holding on. Come on, you got this. Yeah, got another hit on him. Come on, beat him up. Beat him up. He's suffering. He might live though. How much value does he have? Oh dang, quite a bit. He might have gotten a good hit on my Way Watchers. Definitely not the melee fight though. I assure you it was not the melee hit. Dang, he got a lot though with such a basic spell. Surprising. Bird is the word though. 2,700 value. Village is now routing. Hell yeah. Success! And that's gonna be a second win. Very nice. Hopefully we can win today's tournament. I need to get good enough to win Varsipa on Friday. Classic line of sight in Warhammer, yeah. We'll see though, we'll see. CA's really good at listening. They're really bad at implementing. I have confirmation that they've heard my feedback. I don't have confirmation that it's actually fixed. We'll see when the update comes out. But yeah, that's kind of the big thing that we got to pay attention to. The battle's super over, man. I need to grab some milk. I'm starving. GG! Alright.
Unending glory is yours.
GG. So that was pretty good. Oh, and my game crashed. Classic. I've never seen a more classic Warhammer day than this. Okay, so that was Ogre Kingdoms. That was Warriors of Chaos versus Wood Elves and Empire. Yeah, I accidentally clicked back into the game after alt-tabbing. At the end of a load screen, if you click back into the game, it will crash. Very common crash. Most people just don't touch the game while it's loading. Otherwise, it's gonna puke. All right. Guess we gotta replay it? Yeah, there's no history of the replay. All right, BRB. All right. You back? And we're up against Attack Speed Enjoyer. He has just defeated Pope Patty. How very nice. Alright, I'll report the crash just in case CA doesn't know about it. Alright, Attack Speed Enjoyer, give me a worst. Maps. Surely Attack Speed Enjoyer can't be too bad. Actually, there's a decent chance I face Attack Speed Enjoyer. If I beat CPOT, I'm likely gonna have to play a best of 3 versus Attack Speed. So this is kind of simulating the tournament. Spooky. Hey Potatoes Devil, what's up? The most baggy game? What's the baggy game? You know if Charks is even gonna be playing in the finals? Yeah, Charks is in the finals. He's gonna be at the opposite. No, we'll meet him in top 4 if he wins. Attack Speed Enjoyer likes to play Wood Elves. I know that. What's good versus Wood Elves? What's good versus the Woodies? We should be fine. Okay, yeah, so first pick was Wood Elves. Do I risk even playing Betonia versus Wood Elves? Betonia's not that bad. It's generally favored, but like, it can be pretty sus as a matchup. Against Wood Elves, I generally like playing more defensively. So first picks is Empire and Wood Elves. My second pick. Laggy today or just me? Oh. I haven't seen any lag. Is Ogres. His second pick was Dark Elves. Okay. So going Wood Elves and Dark Elves. Slanesh is counterpicking myself against his Wood Elves, so probably no Slanesh. Norska is a bit weird. I don't know how they do here. Go High Elves. Elves is not terrible. Sure. Beastmen. Alright. Empire, Ogres, High Elves versus Wood Elves, Dark Elves, and Beastmen. What a strange matchup. I'm picking High Elves specifically because they're pretty good at kite. And they can generally out-kite the Wood Elves. I think they're quite favored in that matchup. So that should be good. Gotta take out the Zinch pick. Nah, I ain't playing Zinch. You know, Wood Elf unit that you never see used? Zotes. You know, people are actually starting to mix them in more nowadays. When's the grand finals? Top 16 is going to be played on Friday. I'll be playing it. And then top 8 I'm going to be playing on Saturday. If I win on Monday. I mean on Friday. How big is your stream delay right now? It shouldn't be that long. Should just be a handful of seconds. I need it for the finals though. Beastmen and Empire. Okay. Beastmen versus Ogre. Should be Ogre favored. It's interesting that he bans Beastmen Empire though. Guess he doesn't want the man tied. I want to practice Empire into his Wood Elves. See if that's actually winnable. So yeah, I'm not going to ban any Wood Elf matchups. Empire Dark Elves is a weird one. It is also one that I kind of want to practice though. I'll ban Dark Elves, Ogres, and maybe Beastmen High Elves, because I don't think those are matchups that I'll play much. Tree Men, oh my god, yeah, Tree Men. Darthu has seen play. Tree Men do not see any play. Big, lumbering, slow single entities in domination are garbage. But maybe they're okay in Conquest. Tough for Empire, outranged. Well, Empire versus Wood Elves and Dark Elves. It's kind of weird. Arrows of Kurnos really make things just weird, man. But in general, you can use long rifles to bully Wood Elves. Force them to advance, but if they have a lot of archers, they can just dumpster your face. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. You're trying to outgun them without getting rushed. He bans Wood Elves and Ogres. Makes a lot of sense. And he bans Wood Elves and High Elves. Also makes a lot of sense. I want to play Empire versus Wood Elves and Dark Elves. And I want to play Ogres versus Beastmen. Nice. So we have Empire versus Wood Elves and Dark Elves, Ogres versus Beastmen. These are generally matchups that are more comfortable for attack speed and joy, I would say. But realistic matchups that we could see in a grand finals type of situation. So this will be cool. You don't know who's actually favored in Wood Elves versus Empire? Yeah, I'm not too sure myself. I know Cathay can be pretty scary versus Wood Elves, but they basically have long rifles with shields. And they have a damage resistibility. That works out pretty well. Ogres versus Beastmen first, okay. Changer's Madhouse is pretty big. Alright. Here we go. So this is the top 8 opponent that I'll probably be facing. Attack speed enjoyer is pretty scary. But I think generally defeatable. The rule of thumb with Ogres is that if you can outrange them, you're pretty comfortable. Cathay has no good melee and are slow, so aren't they vulnerable to melee Wood Elf builds? Funnily enough, Cathay's actually pretty good against these kind of melee rushes. Mostly because they can just spam archers and such. Okay, 1 second. All right. Max Chevron Swordsman. Yeah, the Jade Warriors are just Really solid. And like, are you just gonna always commit to a full melee rush? Because I feel like it's still pretty playable for Cathay, so they're kind of ready for everything. And if they call you out on the full melee rush because it's the only thing that works, they're kind of screwed. Plus they have Dragon Breath. And Dragon Breath is insane. Roasty toasty, yeah, 130% intensity Dragon Breath. Oh boy. Now, I do think Wood Elves can probably still win it, but I think it's trickier than one might expect. Interesting that Daniken did not whip out Cathay, though, yesterday. Only triple gold chevron units. The dream. It's either that or magic spam. That's what you guys like. Alright, so we are playing on Changer's Madhouse. Just some working through the rules with the attack speed. But yeah, Beastmen. They really shouldn't be a big issue, right? Playing as the Ogres, we are actually quite fast in general. So, Beastmen, they can't really run us down. And I think that's, yeah, I think that's it. Like, if Beastmen can't catch you as the Ogre Kingdoms player, it's basically over. Now, do I want Lore of Death or Lore of Flock of Doom? I think Lore of Flock of Doom is probably better. Miss some of that action. Okay, got a pretty fun build over here. Let's see, are Iron Guts good versus Beastmen? Sometimes they don't have the armor piercing for Iron Guts. And I've actually find them to be a pretty nifty unit. If he goes for big SCs, he's probably just dead. Yeah, so why not just take these guys? I feel like we should be totally fine versus Beastmen. It's that kind of complacency that can put you in a bad position, though. Oh, I gotta adjust the win-loss. My bad. Yeah, let's just not get complacent. But I'm pretty sure if I just do the usual Lead Belcher shenanigans, he loses. Kite him across the whole map. Did you get third in the 2v2 yesterday? Not exactly sure. Definitely not first or second. Maybe third? I think it does count as third. Because we made it to the finals of the losers bracket. Honestly, there weren't any cool combos between Lizardmen and Kislev. I think that held us back. Alright. Here we go. Behold. The Ogre Tide. The idea is very simple. We walk forwards. We shoot him up. And then victory is ours. If he pushes us, I kite him all the way to the edge of the map where his reinforcements are miles away. And then we win. As long as I sufficiently defend my range, this should be impossible for him. Unless he has something really surprising. Maybe he'll have some sort of terror build, like a Blood Brute. But, like, I do have the Powder Guts. So I think if he goes SEs, he's dead. I think if he goes range, he's dead, because he'll get outranged all game. The only thing he can realistically do is a full melee rush. But even that's not super great on this map. So theoretically, this should be the easiest game of our lives, but attack speed enjoyer is in the top 16. It's giving us a good luck, have fun. And I am going a fairly typical style here, so you might just be ready for it. Gorble, Malagor, Doom and Darkness. Yeah, so the guy's got some Doom and Darkness action. Is that really a big thing to worry about? I don't think so. He has some Gore Herd. I think Iron Guts are actually a really good call-in for Gore Herd. Yeah, they only got 25% AP. It's pretty weak sauce, all things considered. Yeah, let's get the Iron Guts. Got some Iron Guts in here. We're gonna get a little bit of a pot shot on his face. Let's see how good he is at dodging. And then what? So far, taking a little bit of damage from the big boys. Oh, okay, so this is a full rush. So this is where we back it up a bit. Malagor is kind of beelining towards me. But it's just gonna be a shoot and scoot. We retreat a bit, we shoot a bit, we retreat a bit, and then we shoot a bit. Nothing really too complicated here. Yeah, this is a ginormous rush. Ah, you got some Cav on the flank, alright. We know Saber Tusk Pack are pretty hype though. You should do well there. And against Gore Herd, not a problem, right? Gore Herd are not really an issue in the slightest. Where'd Malagor go? Okay, he kind of fled the scene. And here goes the main tussle. He's just gonna do some of that action. He's gonna lose his Cav to the Saber Tusks. And this is where we stand our ground and hopefully just uptrade him into oblivion here. So I should be able to get another Iron Gut here very soon. Flock of Doom's not super great versus infantry, but if you're hitting 4 of them, I don't think there's much to complain about there. Big back riders on Gore Herd is not the best of situations, but kind of an I'll take it situation. We have some big boys getting in there very soon. And okay, yeah, there's the terror. So how is that gonna play out? So if he routes my guys off the map, that's not a very great situation, is it? Yeah, maybe we killed off some Centigores here. But a big pocket route like that? Not looking great. We're gonna have to send in the boys. Try and salvage the situation. Man, it's laggy though. Very, very laggy. We got some Gore Herd coming in too. Now, if they get shot up, that's great. My lead belchers are not shooting. A little unfortunate there. Gonna have to keep them alive. Yeah, not looking the greatest. I'd say could be better. Could be better out of 10. Lead belchers will survive though. Will my lord survive, however? If these Centigores stick around, they'll actually inadvertently escort my lord off the battlefield. And that would be devastating to my leadership. That would be absolutely no bueno. Looks like that's the play that he's making right now. Really wants that Lord Snipe. Not a very pretty situation, I'd say. Crammed up against the edge of the map here. He's value trading. It's a lot of Gore Herd, man. Holy moly. Yeah, I thought we could hold the rush. But it appears that may not have been the best of decisions. He's starting to peter out a little bit, though. So I'm definitely going to lose my lord. But if these guys stick around, then maybe we still have a chance here. It's definitely not pretty, though. let me tell you guys, this is a severely disadvantageous position now. Having lost my lord, we now are down our main eaters here. Gonna get a little bit of a charge on this end. Gonna get some, maybe some saber tusks, but oh my god, look at the leadership. That's some crazy leadership bombing. Yeah, he took something wicked. Comes on Malagor. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we've just been rushed. We just been rushed. Attack speed. With the sick beastmen plays. I don't think there's a lot we can do here. Might stick around for half a second, but like, yeah, just look at how many units I have. 12 to 17. Yeah, that's GG. Did you upgrade? You want to host next? Might help lag. A little bit laggy. Dang, yeah, I thought we could just survive a rush. But the massive amount of gore herd were really problematic. Yeah, crested the hill into a giant ambush. I did not see many of his units. The big problem was Malagor. Malagor is annoying, bro. I guess ogres just really don't hold up if they don't have that leadership. A little spooky. Attack speed takes the first win. And now we head into the next game, which is gonna be Empire. Ooh, Empire versus Wood Elves gonna be sus. Let's play Emp versus Dark Elves. I think that's a slightly better matchup. I want to get at least one win. Maybe get some momentum going. But he's certainly put me a little bit on the back foot here with that. Nasty play. He don't just rushed me. I wonder if that's a sign that ogres are falling off or if I just misplayed. I feel like we were on the verge of winning that, but I also felt like I didn't have anything to kill Centigores. Maybe I should take like a Stonehorn or something. He did have like the most optimal build against mine. Though even a Stonehorn can get routed off by Malagor. Maybe a Stonehorn on a mount? I think going weird builds can be a way to make sure we don't just get hard countered. That's kind of what happened to me versus Danican. I kind of have a play style. And people are picking up on that. Alban Altar. Alright, but what's attack speed gonna do here? Yeah, I feel like if I went like, yeah, if I just go something slightly odd every once in a while, that'll generally get me there. Okay, let's see what he decides to go for, though. We should be able to get a fairly wide open map. Might even play on the same one. And that could put us in a nice situation. People selling folders of anti-ent counter builds on the dark web. Well, I don't think it's that hard to counter me. It's also not that hard to counter like ogres in general. That's a very typical ogre build. And interesting. Okay, so he wants to play on the same map. Interesting. All right. So that gives us some options here. If we're on the same map, what are the things he could possibly go for here? Okay, this should work. This should work. If it doesn't, I'm a noob. But yeah, this is a pretty good build. Hopefully, oh no. What can he do to full counter this? If I was attack speed enjoyer and I wanted to full counter this build, what would that look like even? Okay, I think this build is good, but it's like a little too extreme. Maybe just a smidge too extreme. I'm gonna tone it down just a wee bit. Think he's gonna have some burning head action, maybe. There's the fun Marathi shenanigans people are pulling nowadays. You get the Mama Marath. She runs around, spams Melkoths and such. Very annoying little caster there. Generally something you can deal with though. Generally speaking, she's not the end of the world. Let's see, I could do something like this. This is not terrible. Is this the best though? Is this really the best? Oh man, we're really on the back foot here now, aren't we? Attack speed enjoyer. Making things sus for me. Okay, kind of awkward, but I'll take it. Let's see, what else could he do as Dark Elves? I really gotta run through the full gauntlet of possibilities that he can go for here. I guess that's probably a good idea. Is there any way I can squeeze out just a smidge more money out of this? Out of this build? Okay, yeah, this will do. Alright. So I have a decent build. This should be fairly okay versus whatever he might throw at us. There's a few things that might be like a little sus that attack speed enjoyer could bring. But I'm pretty sure this build's good. Maybe I'm totally wrong and he crushes me. He can't expect this build though, right? He can't just hard counter me. And then the skill will come through. And then as long as we're more skillful, we'll win. This is a weird build though. This is something I don't think he would expect me to bring. Like, I think if he's trying to hard counter me, he'll get screwed. Who's that dashing gentleman? Yeah, he's quite sophisticated, isn't he? Good old Throg Daddy. Ideal troll body. The hunch. That back. Oh my goodness. The nose. Yeah, just don't lose units. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. He's thinking though. He's really thinking it up. But yeah, I do think this build is very hard to counter. I think it's super hard to counter. That's one of the great things about Empire. You can't really predict what Empire is gonna even be doing most of the time. Peak performance. Yo, I love that Throg is actually meta. He's not hard meta, but you take him in the situations where he's good and you don't feel bad about it. Feel like you can rock a top hat? Absolutely. People have already done that. Top hat mod for Throg. You thought the thumbnail was a Skaven? Well, that's a you issue. We playing hard meta today. Alright. So I'm going kite, but I'm not going wagon kite, because I think a lot of Dark Elf players, they expect me to go wagon kite. So if I just don't do that, we're good. But we're still kiting with Outriders. They will take less damage from bolt throwers in general. And I didn't start with them. I actually have most of them in reserve. So we're going to keep them in reserve. If he's rushing, I'll have ample defenses for that. And we also brought Elspeth, because she's a Chad. Elspeth is hype. She has a bunch of spirit leeches. She has a dragon breath that tracks, which like no other dragon breath in the game does. I have double engineer to run him around for days. What's not to love? This is a sick build. All right, so look at this. Double NG. We got the Demi Knights. We have some spears. Ready? Good luck, have fun. In terms of overall liabilities here, my army's a bit small. That's about it. But his army's also pretty small. So I think he's dead. I think he's totally dead. Watch him just cav rush me though. If he cav rushes me, I'm just gonna spam spears out of this reinforcement point. I've ample ranged to make up for everything in the late game. Engineers can play keep away effectively forever too. On such a big map, these are 78 speed engineers. So as long as the Dark Riders don't catch them, we're good. But yeah, this is certainly a little bit of a weird build. Yeah, still a little laggy, but we're good. Okay, nice. Marathi and Scourge Runners. Nice. Alright, so he basically counterpicked himself. 4, 4. It's 2 stealth units. Marathi has Melkots and a bunch of abilities, but I am happy. Very happy. Gonna capture 1 point, and we can pressure him. This is as good as it gets, though. This is countering like the typical Dark Elf playstyle, where you run assassins and all that.
Keep it from the foe.
Okay, he wants to try VPN or something. So fun fact, these assassins take a lot of damage. Alright, yeah. He's trying a VPN so that we don't lag. Hopefully that fixes it. I agreed to it. He's not just randomly leaving. But yeah, we will keep same builds. I think we win this though. The assassin sucks in this situation. He absolutely sucks. He's just gonna get spirit leech to death. This tourney is, what is it? You're not a fan of the pick and ban process because you suck a bit. Technically, if you're good at 2 factions, you can kind of play this like a 2-faction tournament. Just pick your 2 main factions, and the 3rd faction, you just ban it. So like your 3rd faction's dwarves, ban all the dwarf matchups. And you can get by with 2. You will get counterpick though, which is, I guess, the bigger issue. But unfortunately, I really want to practice for the grand final, so we're hosting only 3x3 formats until then. He couldn't enjoy the attack speed with the lag, yeah. Anyways, this build's pretty hype. Alright, we're just managing stuff. Okay, apparently the VPN stuff, we gotta download it and like go to the same thing or whatever. Alright, let's see if we can make it work then. Watch him just like send me a virus. Immediately get a virus. Lose my PC. Well, so yeah, the AI is terrible at domination, ain't it? SFT is horrible to you, just running into counters and can't ban anti-fun like dwarves. I feel like dwarves, it's kind of a skill issue though, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, dwarves kinda, you know, if you get good enough, you just kill them. Dwarves are pretty weak sauce, I don't know about you. But, yeah, you know. Good thing there's a lot of tournaments, so people can pick and choose what they like. It's true, though. In SFTs, you do get a lot of bad matchups. But you get to play whatever faction you want. It used to be, pick one Bane, too. But then they added a ton of factions. You just don't enjoy playing versus dwarves. That's pretty crazy. Hey, Pulse, thank you so much. How goes? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Yeah, it's gonna turn off my PC during the finals. The pro strat. Alright. Hey, it seems like it fixed it. Yo, VPN's OP. Nope, maybe not. Alright. There's still a little bit of stuttering. But it seems better. Better than last time, at least. Yeah, let's take a look. So he has a Sorceress of Beasts with the Scroll of Leeching? What is that? Alright, well that confuses me greatly.
We have a victory point.
Apparently we're entering a Sorceress of Beasts meta. Game is still a little laggy, but not terrible. Because we're just gonna keep the Demi Knights far back, and then I should be able to bully his little assassin here. We'll just spot him with Elspeth to give him the Spirit Leech. He really doesn't have a lot of HP. So, generally, he dies there. Oh, yeah, it doesn't look like it gets fixed. Dang it. Here I was hoping. So this is a great opportunity just to start spamming Outriders. They'll be pretty good here. There's the Spirit Leech. And then Elspeth is going to dodge that Shade Volley. We're going to bully his Scourge Runners pretty hard. And then overall, we should be able to get a healthy amount of poke damage in. At least that's the hope. The more he Malkoths the Outriders, the better, by the way. I actually kind of vastly prefer that. Because if the Outriders are getting Malkoths, it means my Demigryph Knights are not. We also have many Outriders to play around with. So overall, I'm pretty happy. Engineers are actually particularly good versus Scourge Runner type of playstyle. So you should be relatively fine there. There you go, got another mini volley. Although I guess Scourge Runners are kind of poking them to death. So maybe not the best of situations. At the very least though, another Spirit Leech. On the Assassin. Engineers are trading decently. And now he's de-summoning the Sorceress of Beasts. I see. So he's trying to burn my... He's burning my magic replenishment. How long does that last? Like, not long at all, bro. Alright. Here's hoping we don't lose this. After all this BM about his build here, if we still lose this, that'd be pretty funny. But alright. The gun corps is here. So we're gonna have quite a few. Gonna bring in the pistoliers. They'll work great in this situation. Assassin, not a big deal. And Marathi's overcasting now, so she's actually taking a lot of damage. Not the prettiest situation for Mama Marath. Gonna get a little bit of a Doom Bolt here. Not a big deal though. The engineers can finish off the assassin now. And my big old skirmish corps is gonna have a great time. Assassin's routed. How wondrous. So we'll just escort him off the battlefield. And look at the gunfire. Outriders are hype, man. I usually don't run Outriders, which is why I suspected this would be pretty surprising for good old attack speed to see and have to deal with. I'm still really surprised he tried draining my Winds of Magic regen, but I guess that's life. Assassin's down at least. All right. Elspeth can maybe bully Mama Marathi. The terrain on this map is not the best, though. There's actually quite a few hills here, which make me mildly uncomfortable. Ooh, I see a good mercurial shot at least. Just can use that to bully a few dudes. We gotta pull back here. Whoop. A little bit of lag, but I think we're still doing okay. And there you go. Glorious Demi-Knight charge. That's gonna help us out a lot. In the meantime, a cannon piece is gonna help us continuously uptrade. And then Marathi, well, she's just gonna start eating spirit leeches. It's not a very comfortable position for her to be in. The spirit leeches, they are rather painful. And Elspeth, she can just breath attack Marathi to death very soon here. So we'll have to see how this actually plays out. It's gonna be chasing around my engineers a little bit. Demi-Knights have terror though. Same with Elspeth. The Scourge Runners are really starting to push into her face. So she's gonna have to be a little careful. She does have a heal though. So it's not like she's in a... She's not gonna have a big issue here, right? Her heals are pretty clutch. We can just, yeah, chuck that on Marathi over here. And I should be relatively okay. Outriders are cooking. Engineers are running around, having a good time. And he basically sacked all of his stuff here for this fight. So it shouldn't go too well. Marathi does have a pretty good spell cast though coming down. So maybe that does something. Elspeth is still chilling though. And she's gonna Spirit Leech Marathi too. It's gonna be rather painful. Though Elspeth is getting a little low herself. It would be a huge loss if Elspeth dies, actually. She's probably gonna take care of Marathi, but that's a cold one night charge. And a Doom Bolt. Oh, come on, Elspeth. Oh my god, Elspeth, you noob. Alright, so Elspeth gets she gets routed off like a complete scrub lord. Marathi is also running for the hills though. And in her death throes, maybe she'll come back. You never know. You never know. God dang it, Elspeth. You just had to route, didn't you? Just had to route. Oh my goodness. Alright, at least we got all his Scourge Runners and she'll probably rally. So will Mama Marath, but this is still generally a good situation for us. Because all the Scourge Runners did route. Okay, and we got the Harpies. Okay, everything's fine then. Everything was almost not fine. Everything is now very fine. Thank goodness. As we've taken my opponent's capture point here. Oh crap, my engineers. Totally forgot about my engineers. Whoops and daisies. They're doing fine though. Just like Elspeth. Oh, she'll probably rally. Yeah, I was really worried he's gonna chase her off, but it worked out. It worked out. And yeah, there we go. There's our pseudo kite. There's our slightly different kite than usual build. It worked. It worked. Way sketchier than I thought it needed to be. But I guess Outriders are just really good versus Scourge Runners. Very nice. All right. And then when I want to kill Marathi, I can just overcast Spirit Leecher and we'll be goodies. I still have the Engineers. They're still cooking. One of them kind of got caught up, but they're still cooking. Just got to make sure Elspeth doesn't die. And that I can kill off these here Cold One Knights. I guess we'll cannon them to death. Elspeth should just stay relatively safe here. Bully the Scourge Runner Chariots. Holy crap. These Witch Elves. They're still alive. They're still alive. I have a pretty big cav advantage, huh? I just have to make sure my opponent doesn't win on like tickets or something. But that should be fairly easy considering all the damage they've already taken. Jeez, Witch Elves. Jeez. Leave me alone. All right, there we go. And here's Marathi coming back in. Is she just gonna overcast explode though? If she does, that would be pretty funny. Okay, so those are Cold One Knights. We're gonna get a decent charge there. We get more Empire Knights. I do have Mercurial Shot just for them. That should go pretty well. There it is. Oh, it hit my Pistoliers. Okay, I don't think this game could have gone more janky, but here's the thing. I can just kill Marathi now. There you go. She falls out of the sky. And that's going to help me rout off these super annoying guys over here. And then victory shall be ours. As janky as it may have been to achieve, at the end of the day, my opponent no longer has Marathi. Unfortunately, the lag is still pretty bad. But yeah, I think we just had a little bit too much efficient kite here. These Engineers are a true menace, as long as you get your proper shots off with them. A couple Dark Riders here are absolutely a non-issue. And that means we're gonna have to face his Wood Elves next. Now, Attack Speed Enjoyer is a Wood Elf main. He's a Wood Elf Enjoyer. Filthy, filthy Wood Elf Enjoyer. So gonna have to deal with that. But it can't be too bad, right? Look at that. Cannons are doing pretty good. They're providing a little bit of a leadership debuff to all these guys. And he's just gonna try to hunker down on the last point, but I think that's manageable. So yeah, Elspeth, not bad. 2,600 value. She costs like 3,000 though. At the end of the day, it might be better just to have a Spirit Leech caster, spamming Leech 24/7, and then you just go for a normal Fighty Lord. I think you just save money if you do it like that. But Elspeth is too fun to pass up. You don't just not go Elspeth, right? Here we go. Glorious cav charge away. But yeah, I think if I went War Wagon Kite, he might have had like some bolt throwers or something in here. I don't know how a normal War Wagon Kite would have worked. The Scourge Runners probably would have traded too. So yeah, that's kind of the style that we're going for today. Bring the unexpected. Can we knock this guy off the point? Maybe. Get in there, Elspeth. Beat him up. And then over here, drag him through the mud. Drag him through the spears. Very nice. All right, solid. Yeah, he's totally army wiped now. There's no way he's coming back. Just got to make sure Elspeth doesn't die to this assassin's little net ability. Oh, he doesn't even have it. He's just a naked assassin. Man, this is a weird Dark Elf build. Don't know how this would have gone normally, but this is definitely a strange Dark Elf build. Wood Elves, though. We're gonna have to do some real weird shenanigans if we want to win that. I don't really know how I want to play Wood Elves exactly. Okay, those are Cold One Knights. So I'm just gonna give them the heat. We're just gonna use our abilities because I just want to army wipe them. I think life gets easier as soon as we do that. Holy crap, Mercurial shot versus flying units is insane. What was that, bro? He actually used that versus Harpies? Holy crap. You just see that? They just Mercurial shot at those Harpies stuff. That's absurd. Dude, engineers are busted. Engineers are mega busted. Alright, nice. And now we have the Griphites. So now we are totally in the clear. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Dude, engineers are insane. 2,000 value. This one only paid for himself, but that's because I was letting him die to Witch Elves the whole game. There's 2,000 value on one engineer? Holy. Yeah, it's very high penetration for sure. I would be rather surprised if it was not extremely high penetration. But yeah, not sure exactly how this would have gone if Elspeth died. He was sacking all his chariots for it, so kind of hard to tell. Aw, yeah. Engineers. Engineer hammer. And there you go, he taps out. Nice. Okay, so not bad. We punched back. Unfortunately, I have to play a matchup that he's probably quite comfortable with. Could you please use the breath attack at least once? Yeah, there weren't many targets for it. I used it on the Cold One Knights, though. You saw it. 3k value there. Griphites did pretty well. Outriders were okay. You did have a lot of cav to kind of contest them, but I think the engineers I'm absolutely going to continue running. Not the worst. Not the worst. All right. So it's Empire versus Wood Elves. This is gonna be sus. So here's the problem. My dude has arrows of Kurnos. And that sucks. Oh, how I hate arrows of Kurnos. Alright, we're playing on Madhouse again. Yeah, so well, there's a couple ways. There's a couple ways to deal with it. You can just take a caster, make them ultra cheap, and if they die, they die. Who cares? That's one way of getting it done. Empire doesn't have the best of sniping strats, though. Yeah, long rifles. Long rifles are okay. Mortar spam. Mortars are not the worst. Changer's Madhouse is kind of a ludicrously large map, though. Yeah, I think, oh boy. Yeah, Way Watchers and the Arrows of Kurnos shenanigans. That's gonna be annoying. My engineer does not really have a lot of HP. Elspeth double engineer is a good sniping strat, but I don't think it's good enough. Like, I think he's just gonna kill an engineer for super cheap. I feel like I almost need a separate caster. to deal with the arrows of Karnos guy. If he goes Drycha, he'll also have healing too, with Earthblood. So even then, it's a little awkward. Now, Earthblood is not the most efficient healing spell, so you can kind of deal with it that way. Or if I bring 2 Deathcasters. You bring 2 Deathcasters? You know how cheap that is on foot? They both cost 350 gold. Or maybe I just take the one. The one Deathcaster on foot. He can still get sniped though, if he goes double Waystalker. God, double Waystalker is annoying. Super duper annoying. Now, long rifles are okay. I do need some way to spot the units, though. If I can't see them, I'm gonna die. Also gotta be super careful that we don't just get face rushed. If he just takes a bunch of infantry and face rushes me, that's also a little problematic. We also kind of have to deal with that. This is okay though. You can kind of try a Cav Swarm. I think he's just gonna spam archers though. Like, I think attack speed, he's gonna go quite vanilla here. Can't you just man-tide and take Boris on foot? Unfortunately not. Wood Elves will outshoot you and then out-melee you. That would be a bad idea. In general though, like, man-tide's not bad. Assuming you can actually keep them safe and all that. It ain't the worst. Do I want one of these units? It's not the worst. It's actually not the worst. Lord wise though, what do I want? Okay, yeah, this is actually not terrible. Yeah, you obviously don't want to get Lord sniped. Now, Boris is not bad, but he will eventually go down to double Waystalker tech. You don't really want to have to deal with that. And he's going to use the hills. He's absolutely going to use the hills to block my line of sight. I think that's kind of the... yeah, that's kind of one of the most annoying things. He's just gonna hill line of sight me. Is this accidentally like a terrible matchup? Did I just walk into like a... It's like a god-awful matchup? There's no way though, right? Empire's insane? Surely. Surely Empire is just too strong. And there is nothing you can do to defeat us. Okay, okay, this is yeah, this is kind of a build, sure. I'll take kind of a build. Gonna have to find a way to kill off his cavalry. Definitely annoying, but yeah, this is kind of a build. I really don't know how I feel about this. Oh, I really don't know how I feel about this. I think against a lot of what he could bring, it's not the worst, though. It's not the worst. It ain't terrible. Maybe I'm just dead, though. We'll see. I gotta practice the matchup, though. Like, this is supposed to be fairly good. I have an idea. So instead of the Sunmaker, I brought 3 mortars. That should force him to move up. I also have a ton of Hawklins in reserve. So if he goes for an infantry max, we can just gun him. Mortars can actually shoot over the hill, thank goodness. Hawklins will stop him from pushing into this death valley of super flatness. And I do have Pistoliers. So the idea with these guys, the idea with them is that they will, generally speaking, be able to skirmish his cav. I have lots of cav too. So the idea is we use the Pistoliers to cook up his cav. They can cook up Waystalkers too. So if he has a bunch of Waystalkers, we can just shoot him to death. If he uses them to like Vanguard on this point again or something. The worst case scenario is he spammed Deepwood Scouts. If he spammed Deepwood Scouts, I'm just gonna have to try and win with Macav. I'm thinking he's gonna have a lot of SCs though. So that's why we have Final Transportation on Gelt. He's cheap enough too, where if he dies, I just resummon him. He costs like 450 or something, or 550. Super duper cheap. And then these guys are just gonna defend my long rifles into infinity. Long rifles can just park here and control the point. Maybe I can use the Pistoliers to capture, who knows. I think it's not a terrible idea. I think it's not the worst thing in the world. 3 mortars is definitely going to be quite a bit for him. You guessed correctly on the mortar? Hell yeah. Can't think of a lord you have not seen me throw. What is this BM? It's all in good fun. Yeah, I've even the tankiest of lords, I've managed it. Please tell me it's just an archer spam. Okay, it's just an archer spam, thank goodness. So he's gonna try to use hills and such to line of sight me. This is 4, 4, 4. Okay, and he has a Waystalker. He has a Waystalker capturing this point. That's good. That's actually quite good for us. So if I can eat up his arrows of Kurnos, I'm pretty happy. We're gonna get the mortar first as my first kind of pressure tool here. We'll be able to capture ourselves a little point. Then we're gonna have to dip because all these archers are coming in. So there's arrows of Kurnos. Actually targeting my infantry? Bro, that's a waste. I feel like that's a huge waste of an arrows of Kurnos. Is that an overcast Melkoth? Oh my god, okay. That's really weird. That tells me he wants to play pretty aggressively then, right? You wouldn't do this if you didn't want to play extremely aggro. So I think what we're gonna have to do is start spamming some artillery and such. I mean, no, not artillery. Some cavalry. Because there's no reason you would do that unless you wanted to be extremely aggressive here. We're talking ludicrous levels. Nice. Accidentally hit this unit with his dodge. That's not bad. Gonna need the long rifles here though. And that's gonna be the last range unit I summon. Because if he just full presses me here, we could die. That would be unfortunate. So yeah, he's kind of just chilling there. I kind of need the long rifles to actually be able to get on to this. They're probably gonna need a big cav push. It looks like he's gonna get the cap point. That's okay though, as we will have the long rifles here in a second. Now, how passively is he gonna play? Is he gonna rush me? What's he gonna summon? You know? Okay, wild hunters. Yeah, so that tells me it's probably gonna be a rush. Just gonna back up a bit. Pistoliers can bully the wild hunters. That's not a huge issue. Alright, can I get one more Winds of Magic? I really want to get that final transportation. Come on, come on. Come on. There we go. So we got the final transportation on his lord. That's nice. And we have the long rifles here. Long rifles cook. So his lord's going to take a little bit of damage. And how passive do you want to play, man? How passive do you want to play? I got a second mortar coming in. Now he can dodge it pretty well. His lord just took some massive deeps though. And if we just kind of sit like this for long enough, my long rifles should be able to cook pretty hard. Gelt got the job done. He'll be okay. But yeah, my push is going to be a little lackluster now. Unfortunately. The mortars are dealing damage too, mind you. I'm just going to get another mortar. Come at me, bro. Come at me. I dare you. These archers may get a few volleys here. But I'm thinking the slow pummeling. The slow pummeling will eventually get them. I can just slowly get more long rifles as time goes on. So my spears can begin pushing the point now. We're going to retarget our mortars. Go. All right. I'm gonna get the long rifles to take another pot shot over there. And then maybe get some spearmen or some pistoliers perhaps to capture. If I can just keep his archers dodging, they can't really punish me for capturing, right? Might even get another long rifle. I gotta be careful though, because the moment he feels confident, he's gonna hard push me. And then we're dead. One big hard push, and it's super over. So we gotta be real careful. He's not getting the most juicy Melkots, so he really shouldn't be casting it on these guys. Okay, nice. The long rifles are shooting. And that is going to be a capture point get for us. These are pistoliers. They're fairly expendable. Yeah, just capture the point. We have another long rifle here. He's running away with his archers. And we got the capture point. That's all I really care about. Alright, now we're spamming Cav. Because I think he wants to rush. I think he really wants to rush soon. Because this pummeling, it can't possibly continue, right? If he keeps on going, he's just gonna die to the trades. So he kind of has to make a play at some point. Gets an arrows of Kurnos out. A little bit of damage, but the fact that the long rifles live means he's in a little bit of trouble. If you keep retargeting on the mortars too, it just makes it hard for any player to dodge when it's this many mortars. It's kind of desynced and all that. So that'll be pretty fun. These long rifles over here, are they shooting? I think I'm blocking their line of sight maybe. Just a smidge. Okay, let's retarget on these archers now. And he's gonna try and make a play for the point, but I can push in with my cav and kind of bully them off shortly after. Alright. How are these guys doing? They're still not shooting. Line of sight. Screwing with me. Should be able to get in here though. Should be able to contest the point at least too. These archers should have to dip. And while they're retreating, then we get some retargets again. There we go. We're gonna get a decent charge on these guys. Yeah, he's starting to poke Gelt. Can I get a cast here? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I gotta be a little careful there. I think we did catch some of his archers though. So that's fairly nice. They're a little bit exposed. We can summon 2 cav units here to start pressuring these other archers. He might not be ready for that. Unfortunately, Gelt is getting peppered into oblivion. That's a bit of a misplay on my part. It's kind of a pivotal moment where we do not want Gelt to die. Got some fairly good positioning too. But we can activate our pistoliers now. We certainly have a tremendous amount of cavalry here. So I should just be able to face tank this stag charge. And it'll be okay. But we did lose our lord. That's bad. So the middle's probably dead. Oh, God. Yeah, I was way too aggressive with Gelt there. I guess I do still have the middle point. That's decent for us. We can resummon him. He'll be back. He'll be back. What's not gonna be back though is all these spears. Holy crap, they're gonna get routed off so hard. Hey, I got knights in the cookie jar, though. That's pretty good. It's just that one unit over there I don't really know how to deal with. That one stag knight. Yeah, they're kind of just chilling on top of me. I don't like that. I guess I can get one of these guys. Start shooting those wild riders. Cavalry are routing off his forces decently. Oh, big rout though. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna have Gelt back soon though. Yeah, he's back. Okay. Leadership is fine. Leadership is stabilized. We're goodies. We're goodies. As soon as my guys can actually rally, we'll be fine. My Empire Knights are really beating up his archers right now. Stag Knights are kind of stuck. That's good. Like, my mortars are still firing. They're still getting pretty good value on all his archers here. I just don't really have much. Okay, final transmutation here will be good though. And I remember, I do still have a lot of cavalry, right? Gelt is back. Oh my god, he got knocked over. I really gotta kill those guys. I don't know. This ain't looking the best. This ain't looking the best. I am technically trading up, but I have such a low number of cav units. It's going to naturally be a little bit sus, especially as we head towards the late game here. We don't really know how the capture weight will actually pan out. If I can't get cavalry on the battlefield, it's over, man. I might have just screwed myself not having enough cav. We'll see, though. We'll see. Oh, my God. The stag knights. Freaking stag knights, man. Bro, I have no ranged. I mean, I have no cav. Oh, my God. Where's my cav, bro? I think I might have screwed myself here. I have no cavalry. None. Not even a smidge. Okay, now I have some outriders. Okay, we're going to summon in the outriders. I think an outrider late game might be my best chance to secure a victory here. Mayhaps. Though it's gonna have to be fairly fast. Unfortunately, he has a lot of cavalry here. We have spears. Come on, you darn outriders. Cook! Cook, dang it! I do have some grenade launchers too. They'll be rather hype. I'm just gonna final transmute these guys. I just have to get rid of his wild riders. I want off this wild ride, man. Bro, these wild riders are so annoying. Run, Pistoliers, run. Okay, there we go. So we got his Glade Guard routed off. That's nice. Should be able to rout off the handful of archers there. And then we have another Pistolier. I don't know how I feel about the Pistoliers in general. They didn't feel like they were that impactful. I think the Pistoliers might have been my big misplay. He doesn't have that much left though, but he's triple capped us. Dang it. Yeah, and the triple cap's just a little too awkward, right? Yeah, the mortar style was cool, but like I know what he's gonna do now. He's just gonna summon wild riders on the far side here, and then we're just dead. I have no more cav to run his fools down. All I have are Pistoliers. Dang it. All right, we're gonna still gonna try an army wipe him. Maybe he spent his money or something. Okay, look at this. We got Pistoliers on the charge. They'll do fine. Oh man, I think he outground us though. Can we get some leadership, please? Oh my gosh. Okay, I can summon 2 Pistoliers here. And then if they capture this point, then I guess that might help. Look at that. We got the point cap. Okay, you know what? Maybe the Pistolier endgame actually crushes this. We'll see, though. We'll see. He still has a lot of wild riders, but at least we're going to capture a point. We got a fairly good grenade launcher volley over there. Maybe I kill his lord by some miracle. We're going to scrap it. Gonna need more cav. He's killed off all my stuff, and he's probably just going to win with the cav late game. But I got to try. We must attempt something. Okay, so it looks like that point's gonna be captured. That's nice. Honestly, if I didn't lose Gelt, we might have actually just won. Though I think he just had too many Glade Guard for me to really fight realistically, right? I think it's just too many Glade Guard. Yeah, the long rifles didn't do that great, and I took some not great cav engagements. Dang, that's rough though. That's rough. At least I know that I probably shouldn't play this matchup in the finals, because clearly I just don't know how to play it well enough. Yeah, I think we kill his lord, but tickets are way too close now. Yeah, Pistoliers are super not good. Super duper not good. I was thinking like, okay, we'd probably win against Glade Guard spam with my other strat, but yeah. Oh, GG, well played. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's just not a matchup I really want to play. Attack speed always goes for like a million Glade Guard. Dang. How'd the mortars do in the end? Mortars were not bad. Like, I think the mortars were not bad, but I think I had way too much ranged. I should have just gone for like a ton more cav in reserves, and I think we would have been fine. How many Wild Riders did he had? One Wild Rider ROR, 2 normal, and 2 Stag Knights. But that's all he needed to win against my stuff. Lore of Fire. Lore of Fire is okay, but like it doesn't like solve my issue here, right? The problem is like I just can't rush these guys down. I think the Pistoliers were really iffy though. Had I just ran the mortars and replaced these guys with Empire Knights, I think it would have been winning. Because I don't think he can rush my position with this much starting cav. And we just spam the mortars. I wouldn't have the capture points though, right? I just can't get the capture points fast enough. Yeah, another day, another day. I didn't give myself the best matchups in the pick 3 because I kind of wanted to practice to see if this is a matchup I can afford to play. But yeah, it's just kind of sketchy. I think it's winnable as Empire though. Let's see, how do we want to do this? I found that the Glade Guard were just super hard to jump the whole game. I might even just cut the spears, man. I think it might be better to literally just cut all the spears and just go only Cav and Hawklands. Is that crazy? Then that really makes sure that he can't rush you. His Arrows of Kronos can only kill like 1 Hawkland, so he kind of trades even with the Waystalker. Maybe? But yeah, I think we don't take this matchup in the upcoming tournament. So what would my counter to Wood Elves be then? I could try like a Norska rush. Something along those lines. Attack speed Enjoyer really only has the 1 build though, so if I figure it out, we're fine. Then he just pushes. So he wouldn't be able to push into this much Cav. Because he doesn't start with Cav, he only has archers. And then I can take my advantage that way. But yeah, the spears just didn't feel useful, right? The spears are useless. I think this would not be terrible. Dwarves, well, I can't just run dwarves. We have other matchups that need playing. Also, my best counter versus Wood Elves would be High Elves. I generally win in a kite v kite situation. But yeah. Just a little sus. I was thinking though, right? So assuming they get Wood Elves, what are my counters going to be? I could just, well, okay, against attack speed, obviously I'm just gonna ban his Wood Elves. Everyone does get a bane, so if I take that out, we're in a much more comfortable situation. We'll see, we'll see. Zinch, I don't know how to play Zinch well enough. Alright, we go. Into the spectators we go. Quad flame cannons versus Wood Elves. That's a pretty crazy build. But yeah, at the very least we have global bans. Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings are good versus Wood Elves. I think Betonia might be my best. I think Betonia is my best option. Man, that max Glade Guard build though is crazy. It's just 12 Glade Guard. Let's see here. I think if you go main tide, you just get kited. They'll just retreat. So it's just going to be a heavy cav army. I know Ogre Kingdoms are pretty good versus Wood Elves. So I can just use Ogres in that matchup. That'd be pretty comfy. The Nurgs. Nurgle strats. Dang, though. I was really hoping the mortar build would work out. Had a feeling that it'd be mostly dodgeable. But yeah. I think if you go that build and they have only like a long rifle or something, I think you can just shoot them to death if you just march forwards. So I'm pretty sure you get the win that way. How's the value of the mortars? It was not bad. It did take the course of the entire game to actually get their value. Very spice. Lore of Life just destroys all Tomb King's infantry? How? Wouldn't Burning Head be way better? I guess Wood Elves don't have access to that, but I don't think Lore of Life gets you there. See, some other options are I can go in Norska strat and just try and rush his face down. Oh, you meant Lore of Fire. Oh, I see. There's an F there. I see. Yeah, we'll see. It's been too long since I played the Tomb Kings versus Wood Elf matchup, though. But here's the thing. I'll just, well, I don't know. Everyone's gonna play Wood Elves. Everyone's gonna play Wood Elves. At least I can also play Wood Elves and maybe get a free win there. Wood Elves are really a strong faction in the meta. So attack speed's probably gonna face Adlering next. How exciting. And in the finals, I'm gonna guess Boss Toss. I think Boss Toss beats Navigator. What's your favorite thing to play? Any type of kite, really. It's being chaff, bulls, and lead belchers. I'm thinking like, what if I just kite every single game? Just high elf kite, just wood elf kite, and then one other kite. High elves might not be a bad pick against these elf mains, because I generally do win these kite builds or these kite fights. You hear Norska's good versus Wood Elves? Let me check the stats. Norska against Wood Elves is one of the worst matchups. 41% win rate. Wood Elves, apparently, they're only bad versus Dwarves, Kislev, Zinch, Bretonia, Grand Cathay. Holy crap, they're stacked, man. Apparently they do badly versus Coast. That's interesting. They do badly versus high elves. Empire is fairly even. I will say the map also wasn't the greatest for me. Line of sight was a little awkward. How did the Demons of Chaos speed build do against Wood Elves? Pretty badly. Unless they just misplayed terribly with their build. Otherwise, pretty bad. But yeah, I'm gonna have to play the filthiest matchups. We're gonna have to play the filthiest matchups, and then we should be okay. Ogres feel weirdly weak nowadays, too, against just proper rushes. I guess I should keep lead belchers in reserve for ogres, so that if we ever do see a rush, we'll be okay. Anything you're not allowed to play in these battles? There's a handful of restrictions. Let me actually look at the special rules. War Mammoth War Shrine's limited to 1 because of a bug. Doombolt is banned. Arrows of Kuranos is limited to 1. Ice Wolf Chariots are limited to 2 because of a bug. And Locus of Conjuration is banned because of a bug. It's mostly just bugs. I could just play Vampire Coast against Attack Speed Enjoyer. Just play Coast. If he goes for the Mass Archer build, surely the dog spam gets some, right? Man, I just wish Empire Cavalry wasn't so garbage. It felt like the charges just were not routing off those guys. But yeah, I should, if possible, I should make it so my opponents don't get matchups that they're familiar with. It's probably strat versus rush factions. Ogres have like one of the best rushes in the game. Yeah, just go like for a proper ogre rush. They could be so ill prepared against that. Glade Guard or Dog Spam doesn't do enough versus a bunch of Glade Guard and Wild Riders. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna counterpick Wood Elves with Ghost. Dr. Adam, thank you very much for the Prime sub. And there he is, Mr. Adler. Alright, so let's see how Attack Speed Enjoyers Wood Elves do against rushes, maybe? I feel like Adler would be incentivized to try and rush here. Gotta get a grip before the tourney. That match was experimental, though. That wasn't like full sweat. I think if we go full sweat, it'll be close. Scary, though. Very scary. Worst case scenario, there's going to be another finals within a month. Like, Turin wants to host another finals before the DLC comes out, I think. So, with such a short season, I'll have a second chance at glory. But, personally, I just want to get 4 in a row. I want to get the 4 in a row, easy win. Warrior Norskin Marauders 400 and Chaos Marauders 375. Norskin Marauders have the Berserk ability, I think. Or not Berserk. It's like some passive ability that gives them physical resist as they fight. And leadership, I think. You always do better when you're fully focused. I think so. In tournaments, I generally do well because I'm like only taking matchups that I'm super familiar with. But there's a couple times where we kind of get caught with our pants down, even when I am playing a matchup that I, in theory, am comfortable with. And you kind of have to, you got to get the mix-ups, right? If there's a matchup you played a million times, but you always use the same build, then it's kind of sus. Is there anything that's good against Demons of Chaos? Like everything. More or less everything, I'd say. Oh, at the very least we get to watch some games and see how these people play it. That'll be fairly good scouting for me. I feel like I'd be pretty fine in a best of 5 versus attack speed enjoyer, but we're gonna meet in a best of 3 round. Huh. Okay, first things first, so we gotta beat Seepa. Good old Seepa. Seepa's such a menace. Also, by the way, I'm taking Thursday off. Just a heads up, everyone. Thursday's gonna be a day off. Friday's when we play against Seepa, and then hopefully Saturday, grand finals. I should try to get a warm-up game. Should try to get a warm-up game before we face off against Seepa. Let me see the pick ban format. Picks and bans. So top player picks first. So against Seepa, I get first dibs. Now Seepa plays Ogres, Wood Elves, and Norska. I could disrespect Seepa. Because like Seepa likes to play Ogres, so what if I just like let him play Ogres, ban his Norska instead, and then try to beat him at his own faction, but I think that's way too risky. Seepa knows what they're doing with Ogres. I think we can face a Wood Elves and Norska. I think like a first pick Wood Elves is not bad. And then I can go, yeah, I can go like Wood Elves and then Slanesh or something. That's a pretty strong starting lineup. Slanesh is pretty good versus Norska. He means Dark Elves. No, Seepa... If he plays Dark Elves, he's not going to be better than Danican. I'll beat his Dark Elves. I don't care about that. I also don't think he plays that much Dark Elves. Unless he's been picking them up recently. I think that would be pretty crazy, though. We have a pretty good track record versus Dark Elves. They're really one note anyways. It's like Scourge Runners and some Cav. It's not that hard to beat. Okay, so it looks like probably is going to be Wood Elves versus Betonia, unless they're still doing picks and bans. How interesting. You know, I feel like I would play Wood Elves into... I feel like I would play them into Empire. I wouldn't play them for... Actually, I might play them into Cathay. There's not that much Cathay can do versus Wood Elves, right? According to himself, he didn't understand why everyone banned his Ogres when he mains Dark Elves, but yeah. Yeah, his Dark Elves, I don't think they're gonna be too clutch. Best case scenario, I get Slanesh into his Dark Elves. Easy cleanup. I think he's just gonna be proficient enough on Ogres where we just want to get rid of them. Either that or I ban Norska, but I think Norska's generally easier to manage than otherwise. What are the maps? Let me check the maps. Borderlow Landing, Imperial Ambush, and Proving Grounds. Oh, those are actually pretty good maps for rushing. Yeah, because I'd be playing Borderlow Landing against Norska. Oof. Okay, that's not unplayable. It's not the best for, like, a lot of gunpowder factions, though. It's kind of sus. It's kind of sus. When we get gameplay for Slanesh, hopefully soon. UCA will usually give me early access a few weeks before the launch of the DLC. And then we can show it off. It'll be great. Ooh, alright. Still trying to think of how you're supposed to deal with that many Glade Guard. That was a pretty stupendous number of Glade Guard. I think you do just cut the spears though. The spears always feel so bad in the Wood Elf matchup. I'll play Empire Wood Elves if I absolutely have to, but we're gonna avoid it if we can. Wait, let me check what games did we play? Me versus Attack Speed Enjoyer. Okay, yeah. You banned Wood Elves versus Ogres and High Elves. Yeah, I could have played like a High Elf versus Dark Elves or something. Yeah, I think we'll still be okay as long as I'm like properly tryharding. I don't need to think about it anymore. Beastmen versus Empire. In theory, Empire win with Mantide, by the way. Mass Great Swords. Yeah, we lost, Dangler. I wanted to try out my Empire versus Wood Elves, and I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Do you think the spears are needed in case he decides to rush you? I think if he rushes me, it'll be cav on cav. So that should be winning for me. Yeah, if he goes for more infantry, it's kind of different. But he can't go for everything, right? Like, he can't go mass Glade Guard and a bunch of infantry and a bunch of cavalry. So if I get a good enough mix-up, I think it's fine. Bro, the Stag Knights, though, are so hard to kill. Oh my god, the Stag Knights are so annoying. This is so annoying. I'm interested to see what Adler decides to go for here. They're going to be on Rifts at World's Edge. Nice big flat map. Okay. Yeah, Stag Knights is super sketch. I think Wood Elves, because they have that diversity of builds, I think they're slightly advantaged, but you can kind of use the mini build roulette to get advantages. Against evenly skilled players, the main way that you get an advantage is through your build. So, yeah, I think you can kind of get that going. And then it'll work out all right. Taking Pistoliers, though, is crazy. I thought the Pistoliers would beat his Rush and the Mortars would beat his thing. I thought I could have, like, a generalist build. Too greedy. Too greedy. Should have just hard counted him. Do steam tanks work? Because they block arrows from the front. Unfortunately, they deal no damage. And then die to Stag Knights. They're like really weak artillery. You might as well just take 2 cannons at that point. Messed up and gave Wood Elf heavy cav. They don't have a lot of armor though, so you can't actually shoot Stag Knights to death. I could try a cannon. I don't know, is there any artillery that can beat dodging from your opponent? I don't think so. I think the mortars get too out-dodged. The long rifles will be good as long as you get perfect line of sight. But that means the map has to have 0 hills. Negative hills. Gotta, yeah. And then you'll be okay. Sunmaker in Reserve. Sunmaker in Reserve is okay, but it still suffers the same issues as the mortars. You can basically just dodge it. War wagon mortars for the close range shooting? Hell yeah. Ah, yeah. Attack speed is ready. Here we go. I feel like the main tide is strong here, though. Is Adler in the top 16? Adler's not in the top 16, okay. And here we go. And the match begins. Let's take a look. A lot of spears, a lot of main tide. All right. So this is basically a similar rush to last time. Attack speed and Joria basically just wants to rush this. Empire is gonna lightly kite them across the map. I would say this is not bad for Empire. That's a lot of Gore Herd though. There's a non-zero chance a Gore Herd just run over the front line. And if there's not enough pew pew, I think they're done for. War Wagon Mortar Tech. If that ends up being the ultimate secret, that'd be pretty crazy. Hunts Marshal General for the oil flaming sword combo. Huge. Alright, let's take a look. A Gravy Zard. He has Pendulum and Malkoths. Overall, pretty good first beastman. Pendulum wrecks their infantry pretty hard. Some Free Company are quite nice here. Look at that massive beastman army. Got Pestigores, we got Bestigores. They got crazy charge bonus. So that just chonks right through any spearman infantry. Great swords would be able to help, but not a single one in sight for the Empire player. Pretty interesting. Attack speed enjoyer really likes his big lino infantry. Marcus is not bad though. The war wagon should be pretty good. The DPS, however, on these war wagons, this is why I usually go many war wagons, because you need to actually army wipe your opponent. And with only 2 plus an engineer, it's not enough deeps to kill all this before they win by capture tickets. So either we're going to see Empire summon in some war wagons to help with the cleanup, or some other high DPS tool. I think that's the only way they realistically win this. So let's take a look. Marcus, he advances. Mayhaps a little bit of poke action. Does he have Fire at Will on? Let's see, let's see. He does. Boom. Kills 2 Gore Herd. 1 shot, 2 kills. Marcus clutching it out. Second shot, boom. It's 3 Gore Herd. That's not bad. Gore Herd need a little bit of poking. And okay, we're gonna see grenade launchers as the deeps. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. Grenade launchers are exquisite anti-infantry clear. They should be quite good in this particular situation. Dogs are not going to be able to jump them either, unless there's a bit of a misplay. Gonna use the wagons, actually, the war wagons. Run over a couple doggos. Oh my gosh. And are we gonna see a net? Maybe a Malkoths? No, pure wagon shenanigans. Dogs getting bullied ever so slightly. Interesting. Capture points are not in the way of the Empire, though. The Beastmen have decided to attack. And now the big timer has begun. Flock of Doom, actually pretty good. First Free Company. Actually, no, they have it. They don't have that much HP for infantry. Dang, those wagons, though. Using wagons to counter dogs is wild, but that's where the meta be right now. However, Centaurs, if they surround them, that's a free pick. These wagons are kind of integral to the victory of the Beastmen here. And yeah, that's not too great. Yeah, that's not great. Loses some wagons. Front line is not looking too great. Best of Gore Herd are getting in there, making use of the charge bonus. Free Company not really shooting up too much. Hey, Mercurial shot though. Dang, look at that. Engineer with the sick play. Gets a huge Mercurial shot on the Best of Gore Herd. That actually puts them in their place pretty effectively. But there's a bit of an issue. And that's the fact that Empire have no deeps. Even though, yes, they're slightly up trading right now. Beastmen are in the thick of it. The wagons are about to die. You know, maybe an Empire charge. Empire Knight charge saves them here. It's the Knights of the Black Rose. They are fairly good here. He has some Free Company. Okay. I think if he stabilizes the situation, it's not bad. But both wagons are off the field. Oh my god. Doesn't account for the gold damage value. And that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Oh my god. Oh, there they go. Yeah, they're gone. Is there anything Empire can do here? One Free Company's routing. They have a Knight of the Black Rose, but against Sons of Goros, absolutely no way they win that. Gonna see an Empire Knight summon over here. They're gonna route off one unit. But realistically, attack speed and joy only has 2 minutes left to capture one of these points before the point of no return. 2 minutes. It takes 20 seconds to capture a point with one full HP infantry. And it will take... Ooh, another good Mercurial shot though. Wait, it takes 20 seconds to capture a point. It takes about a minute to walk to the point. And it's gonna take them at least a couple minutes to clear off the Beastmen. There's like no Empire left, is there? Look at this. There's like nothing left. Gore Herd spam main. Gore Herd spam's pretty good. I think if you want to beat it, you kind of have to... I think you kind of need great swords. I think you need like a lot of great swords. Either that or you just go super hard on the wagon kite. But against Beastmen, even that will take a little long. Grenade launchers are not bad though. The big problem, as always, with Empire, though, is dealing with the Centaurs. Now, I guess Burning Head could have also cleared off a lot of these guys. I personally feel like if you just take a bunch of great swords against this type of build, you'll actually be fairly okay. You just kind of have to deal with everything else. Yeah, attack speed on point today. He may win the tournament today. Got some spicy builds cooking. Look at this guy. That's gonna be one victory for the Beastmen. Dang. Well, all right. Yeah, I feel like great swords are actually not that bad. A lot of people are not ready for them. Whatever happened to Minotaurs? Do you have one in reserve? Dang, no Minos. So he was really relying on his chaff spam to carry him there. The wagons getting caught was definitely the big misplay. And the Free Company were just not very good here. I feel like, yeah, you don't really need the Free Company. I personally prefer archers anyways. They can get a lot of damage in. And then if you just kind of man-tied Empire it, it's not too bad. Hell, you don't even need cav. Screw the cav. Screw the cav. What's the cav for anyways? Just spam more spears. Have more units than the Beastmen can field. And then you'll be good. Yeah, Huntsman, Spearman spam is so annoying for Beastmen. You do need to actually win the frontline fight. So I do think you need at least a couple of great swords. Because if he's spamming Gore Herd, it's still a little sus. But truly, truly Huntsman, Spearman. Very strong strat. And you can take like a grenade launcher for like a late game cleanup. Pretty brutal. Okay, I gotta figure out what factions I want to take for SIPA. What are some good factions? Vampire Coast is good versus Dark Elves, right? I feel like Vampire Coast would actually be pretty hype versus Dark Elves. I don't think they'd have the deeps to clear all the chaff spam. Pretty good versus Norse, good too. I feel like I could give Seepa a decently hard time with that. Vampire counts a kind of more edge case against Dark Elves. What else do we have? High Elves, Warriors of Chaos. Man, I used to play Warriors of Chaos a ton, but they kind of fell off for me. I could take Betonia versus Norska. Betonia is apparently quite good there. Probably because Norska can't spam halberds. Actually, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so then I have a decent lineup versus Seepa then. Yeah, I think I got a decent lineup. Seepa's not the worst to fight ever. Sometimes he'll go Chaos Dwarves or what have you. Empire regular swords probably uptrade against a lot of spear units too. Someone mentioned them earlier versus Dryads. Yeah, sword infantry for Empire is actually not bad. It's just that they can just get kited. So, it's not the prettiest situation for them. Ooh, Ogres versus Betonia. Interesting. How is this one gonna play out? Also, I should check my maps versus attack speed enjoyer. Let me check the maps. Against attack speed, it's going to be Celestial Lake, the Arena, and Jade Tomb. Okay, so very wide open flat maps. That's pretty comfy then. That's not too bad, actually. I think I can manage that. Is Zent out of the tournament? Yeah, we got knocked out. Got knocked out versus attack speed. 1 and 2. Does Norska have any real answer to anti-large units besides hoping the Skin Wolves and Fimir can beat them? Oh, the Skin Wolves and Fimir are not bad at beating large units. They are not terrible. And Fimir are actually rather tanky. I think if I did play Betonia versus Norska, it would probably be quite a bit of Fimir spam. Because, like, what does Betonia have against a super high armor anti-large unit that doesn't die to arrows? Not much. They basically need like an Alberic, or they gotta try getting halberds on them, but halberds don't trade super well into a lot of stuff. So, yeah. I think it would be Fimir spam. Hippos and Pegasi. Hippogriffs are pretty good versus Fimir, because they can rout them off. They do have that AP damage. It stops the Fimir player from blobbing, which is the most important thing. And then there's not a lot that can really deal with Hippogriff Knights. Oh, dang. Quad Lead Belcher and Greasus. Holy crap. Attack speed enjoyer getting a little comfy. Either that or he feels like this is legitimately good. Last I checked though, Alberic Dumpster's Greasus. As long as you don't YOLO him into Greasus and some Ogres. I feel like it's I feel like this is maybe a little awkward though. Lead Belchers against Betonia is not the worst. Yeah, there's some Green Knight action. You can just ignore Greasus though. The guy has 40 speed. All right, let's see. Let's see what he has cooked up. So a lot of archers, a lot of infantry. That's naturally going to be worse against a Lead Belcher Corps. But he might still be able to push them. He'll probably get kited. I think Betonia needs to summon some cavalry. The starting build's non-optimal against this. When the Greases cosplay, give me a few years and a lot of good food. But yeah, this is interesting, to say the least. It's a lot of lead belchers. Nakari cosplay comes first. Now, I do feel like ogres are generally decently favored here. He's gone for the Flock of Doomcaster to ward off a cav push. But Bretonnia only have a couple options here, right? They can try and push. I think that's losing. They can play a more... I think they have to play a passive style. Because the other option is just losing, right? These guys have 30 speed to the Ogre's 42 on lead belchers. The archers are not going to jump them. Unless we see like a sick Alberic dive. I think that's one good opportunity here. Like Alberic could probably go here and get a little bit of a lead belcher snipe. Instead, the sniper becomes a sniped. Stagger animations though, working fairly well for your boy Alberic. Essentially dodges the first volley. A decent situation for him. But obviously don't want to be taking a lot of damage on him. And the first summon is Morn Fangcav. Alright. I've never respected Morn Fangcav that much. But maybe today's the day they cook. A lot of lead belcher shots going out. This is actually fairly difficult for Bretonnia to approach. This could actually be Ogre favored if Bretonnia just doesn't have a strong enough rush. Even a full rush would take a lot of damage from the bulls, and there's pigback riders. So maybe this is bad for Bretonnia. Just off a glance. I don't really see a lot what that can be done here. You need a lot of cavalry. Need a lot of cavalry to get in here. And Ogres can just play on backfield. Maybe Alberic can make some plays. I feel like the Green Knight could have made some plays a little while ago. At least just harass the lead belchers. It's not like he'll take that much damage from them. But okay, it looks like Bretonnia is going to be going a little bit more on the aggressive. They saved up a ton of money. So it's probably going to be some surprise summons to try and catch these lead belchers. The win condition is just killing these guys. Unfortunately though, they do a lot of damage. And they also count as artillery, not ranged. So that's a -10 leadership decrease instead of -5. One of the hidden things that makes lead belcher so strong. Good flank shot on those men-at-arms. But here's the big play. So Alberic is on Greases. He does have archer support. This is generally winning for Alberic. He gets slowed, yes, but his stats are good enough to just win. Mornfang Cavalry Charge comes on in. And Greases is on the run. He doesn't have any rampage abilities, just leadership buff. And the Green Knight, as expected, is starting to harass lead belcher. So I think Bretonnia is starting to make a fairly strong play. We're seeing some Grail Knights in here too. Oh my goodness. Okay. And maybe the Ogres have slightly overextended. These Grail Knights are basically uncontested right now. And there is a little bit of a wind spell. Is that going to be enough to rout off the pigback riders? They are getting Horde Master buffed by Greasus. They have uncanny coordination, but their HP is dropping. And as soon as that wears off, they're just gone. Oh, look at that. Grail Knights are still cooking. They're getting crazy bonus versus large because of Alberic. That's +30. On top of the halberds too, +30. And the men-at-arms, +12. I believe the Mornfang Cavalry is not going to do too great. Now, there is an off chance that Greasus does kill Alberic here if he overstays his welcome. Some Mornfang Cavalry blocking him. But I don't really know how this is panning out. The Grail Knights are just taking a bit too much damage from the Cav, aren't they? I thought the Cav was going to die, but it didn't really seem like it. And the lead belcher is now safe. They're making things a little sus. Now, the left flank for Bretonnia is certainly going a lot better. Mornfang Cavalry are atrocious versus infantry with really low stats all around. That could just be a loss over there. And we are seeing the Grail Knights. They do rout off these guys. Getting a big charge on some Ogre Bulls. Now Alberic's in on the action. And then we're going to see a caster here for Petunia. So far, no magic to speak of whatsoever. Saving it for later. It's probably going to be a healer for Alberic, given how aggressively he's playing. And look at that. Route on the Ogre Bulls is pretty rough. And the Greases meme might have been too much. He might have been a little too much. Seems like the Grail Knights are just actually dumpstering the Ogres right now. And I guess the Lead Belchers, while they're not bad if you just kind of go for a big enough push, it's not exactly the best of situations. A little bit of a charge on some Lead Belchers over here. They're kind of melting. Left flank's dying to halberds. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, Lead Belchers are getting a few shots, but the routes are not good. And now it's just Knights Errant spam into the horizon. Petunia is very happy to just spam those guys. Still no caster though. I swear, if Mr. Adler wins this without magic, it's full Chad mode right there. How do you kill Grail Guardians of Slanesh? You usually gotta net them and then counter charge. Big charge over here with Knights Errant on the Lead Belchers. Forcing them back. As long as they're not shooting, it ain't too bad. You can see the value on the Lead Belchers. Not that great. There you go. More units are out. Greases is dead, by the way. Greases got mulched. At least I think he did. Yeah. Greases got mulched while we were looking away. Now there's no caster. I'd say this is a fairly uncomfortable position. Lead Belchers really suffering today, aren't they? Haven't seen Lead Belchers do well at all.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Pretty brutal. And now these guys are going off the battlefield. I feel like I should just pass on Ogre Kingdoms, man. I feel like everybody has an Ogre Kingdoms counter nowadays. We also beat Ogres earlier today. What was once a fairly menacing faction has been brought low at the hands of terror. A little bit of focus fire on Alberic's not going to do much. And yeah, barely getting that Lord Snipe with Alberic is just going to be enough. It was a really well-timed push. Very, very well-timed push. Because he basically summoned the Cav as the Ogres were retreating and slightly overextended. Yeah, they don't got that many builds. And they suck versus terror, man. Look at that Green Knight. He's getting in there, terror routing a bunch of fools. And then once the terror routed, they're just chain routing forever and they can't recapture the points. Their Mornfang Cavalry is not the greatest. Still very scary versus a lot of factions. But beatable. How are you feeling about the upcoming Grand Finals? I feel like it's going to be close. I think as soon as I get to semifinals, though, I'm feeling a lot more comfortable. But a best of 3 series is just too volatile. I can't make use of my main strength, which is knowing a lot of factions. And to get there, I'm probably going to have to beat Sipa and Attack Speed Enjoyer. I would give it... I give it a 50% chance that I make it to the finals. Facing those two guys. Maybe slightly higher. Maybe like a 60% chance that I make it to semis. But Sipa and Attack Speed Enjoyer is not a great lineup. You got this, dog. I think we'll still have a good fighting chance. I just gotta not walk into some crazy misplays and we're good. You put me on 70%? Why, thank you. We'll definitely have full sweat activated. I just have to make sure that I'm nice and warmed up and everything. And then we should be good. Man, looking brutal though. There's like nothing left for the Ogres. Good to know. Good to know. Maybe I should play Petunia. Get some Petunia action in against Ogres. Though I feel like if he was spamming Man-Eater Great Weapons, it would be a much sketchier situation. 80% chance to finals, 60% chance to win. Really? Okay. So you think there's a good chance that Danican puts a stop to me. Or I guess a mild chance that Danican puts a stop to me. Yeah. Full Sweat City should be pretty fun. Green Knight though. Look at him. Does this count as being in the forest? Is he healing? Green Knight does have a pretty nifty ability. Sacred Guardian. He heals when he's in the forest. But I'm pretty sure this one tree here is not going to be enough. He's distracting awfully well though. Greasus does have magic attacks, but Ogres are running out of time. They gotta secure at least a double cap and very soon. And if Bretonia holds on to 1 point for the next 5 minutes, it's over. Totally over. Alberic lives against the Blood Vultures. Some of them get charged. Oh, and the bait. Oh my gosh, Mr. Adler with the steel chair. Green Knight versus the whole army. Fortunately, he's finally been mucked up by some Blood Vultures. One tree is indeed not a forest. Fun fact, there is a forest that is literally just one tree. It has a huge root system, and that's how it spreads more trees. It just makes clones of itself through its roots. So technically, you could say it is a forest of a single tree. Practically, yeah. No, you can't make a forest with one tree, but... Come on! It's cool, it's cool. Yeah, aspens. Good old aspens. But yeah, it's pretty over for Ogres. Dang! Pretty sick. We have a proper match going. I want to see attack speed enjoyer lose here, just to make me feel better about losing myself. Although, what does that say about my preparedness? I don't know. I just kind of took. What was my first match? Oh yeah, I just got counter builded, and then I took a matchup that I wasn't familiar with. We'll see though. There's a lot of picks and bans that kind of put me in awkward positions. What were his 3 main factions? He went Wood Elves, Dark Elves, Beastmen. I went Empire, Ogres, and High Elves. Yeah, because like I was banking on winning with Ogres versus Beastmen. That was actually a bit of a surprising matchup to lose. I have to be super wary about being rushed. But is Greasus gonna cook? Greasus has a mighty, hey, not bad. 1800 gold value, not terrible. Greasus was okay. The thing is, him dying was total liability for the rest of the army. And as it turns out, if you want to counter lead belchers, I guess you just rush. I guess you just rush lead belchers. Is that really it? You just let them push forwards and then you rush them down? I feel like Ogres could play a lot safer though. But when you have this much anti-large cavalry, I guess lead belchers can't really cook. How'd Alberic do? Greasus almost did as well as Alberic. Took him 2 summons, but there you go. Green Knight, 1744. Pretty good. Green Knight pick was actually pretty cool to see. I think against Ogres, you always want that little bit of terror as a tech piece. And then you're pretty fine. And yeah. It's a nasty infantry push. Honestly, I kind of dig it. I think that was sick. I might steal that if I play against Ogres. Though a full melee Ogres, well, I guess if it's full melee Ogres, you just shoot them with archers, right? You watched my stream yesterday. You had a match against main Gun-Tide Vampirates. I don't know what to do against that. And then you had to fight against a Box Empire. And I don't know how to do against that. Yeah, I think the walking into unfamiliar matchups and then getting a bad build is how we lose. As long as it's a comfortable build, my micro's generally okay. We'll see. Can you briefly explain how the big tournaments work again? You've only played SFTs. So big tournaments are a best of 3 format for the top 16 and the top 8. It's very similar to how this tournament works, but basically you both select 3 factions, semi-blind, and then those factions make a 3x3 matrix of matchups, right? So that's 9 matchups total. You grab all those 9 matchups and you both ban 4 of them, right? So you both have 9 matchups, you ban 4 of them each, and there's 1 matchup left to play. You play that matchup and then you're good. No repeat factions. Generally, that'll get you some fairly even matchups. Generally. You'd honestly lose against the future winner of a tournament than lose against someone who loses on the next round. I guess it would be better scouting for me to see attack speed enjoyer. If he keeps winning the tournament. If you think about it though, right? So it's kind of weird. Technically, the best for my odds of winning is if we get to watch more attack speed enjoyer games, right? That will increase my odds of winning against him. But seeing him win all the games decreases my odds of winning. So it's kind of weird, right? Because that's new information that changes our estimates. So in theory, would I rather he be bad? Or would I rather he or would I rather he be good, but I get to watch his builds? Hard to tell. Very hard to tell. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be Wood Elves versus Empire again. All right, if Adler wins this, I'm copying his Empire build. Attack speed enjoyer is just going to farm people playing Empire, apparently. This map is better, by the way, for long rifles, which I think is good for Adler. I want to see, though. I want to see how this build is played. How this matchup's played. We're going to do some learning. I think you have to press him in your games. That does not give me any information. What does that mean? What is this press maneuver? Mortar wagon time. Okay, yeah, so this is a starting build with 3 mortars. And he's gone the same build. A lot of spearmint. So the question is, on a flat map, does this playstyle do better? Because this is basically the exact same army. It could just be a map thing. The last map might have just screwed me over here. Starting with the mortars is pretty spicy, but you can kind of predict that attack speed is going to go Masquerade Guard spam. That's just kind of his thing. So let's see. Got a lot of mortars. Got a lot of Glade Guard. Now, the great thing about mortars over Sunmaker is that arrows of Kurnos can only kill a couple of them. It's not really worth it to use all your arrows of Kurnos on mortars. He has a caster, just a very vanilla caster. Oh yeah, that's true. The quad pistols is also pretty bad. That's very true, yeah. We'll see though. If this match ends up being close, it means that if I go for a composition like this, I can probably beat Wood Elves with Empire. If we play it outright. But we'll really have to see. It's not a terrible build. Fairly resistant to a rush too. I guess if you're starting with mortars, you kind of need spears. But I feel like a Cav Max. Cav Max into summoning your mortars and long rifles is pretty strong. Let's see though. So Wood Elves will be able to contest the high ground point much more efficiently. But Empire have the mortars controlling the middle. Are they chevroned? The answer is no. No, they are. 3 bronze chevrons on the mortars. Very interested to see how this goes. Is that a Free Company militia on the flank? They do lose to Dryads. But attack speed enjoyer might not see the Free Company militia here. Ogres of Kurnos, number 1, going for the wizard. No! The long rifles. Kills off 5 long rifles. That is a bit of damage, but it doesn't actually shut down the long rifles. What I think attack speed enjoyer should do, though, is he should just take the fight. Like, I'm pretty sure it's winning if he just pushes. Because the mortars are low DPS, there's no archers, there's no cav to punish you, right? So we'll see. Like, you can kind of dodge and still get a lot of deeps out at the same time. And then what's Empire gonna do, right? You can't really rush with this. Yeah, I think you kind of have to cav max and then cav max plus artillery maybe. Wild Riders are on the flank. Ah, he's Melkothing the long rifles. Pretty smart play. Looks like attack speed enjoyer wants to go for a bit of a safer playstyle. Doesn't want to take too much damage from them's artillery pieces. Big shot. Onto the Glade Guard. A lot of them. A lot of Hagbane tips, a lot of Starfires. Only a couple Starfires, huh? Very interesting. And yeah, okay, long rifle's doing decent damage. And the second long rifle is here. So that'll make a big push worse, right, for attack speed. I guess if he pushes, the Empire infantry can kind of ward them back. But in the long run, does this work? I feel like the archers are just gonna cook here. Yeah, I feel like cav is the way. 1 or 2 huntsmen to hunt his cav. They don't really hunt his cav that well. And you gotta consider what you're cutting. You're gonna cut the spearmen for that. Okay, so here comes a big fight. Another arrows of Kurnos. Long rifles do a lot of damage to Glade Guard. And a pretty solid burning head. Gets a burning head on one of them. Another one's routing. So does attack speed enjoyer have the chops here to pull off a nasty rush? Marcus shoots one of his own men in the back. Classic. And now he's summoning in cav. Okay, this is actually not a terrible position. Attack speed enjoyer did not have his cavalry at the ready to exploit the opening here. And a lot of the archers are kind of just being pushed back. The map is very flat too, so long rifles are getting free shots for days here. And the mortars, let's check the value. Not too much value just yet. But it looks like they're pushing forwards. Cavalry's breaking through. So he has Wild Riders and 1 Wild Hunters of Kurnos. Is it enough? Marcus with the net. Pretty cool strat to shut down the archer tide. But Empire cavalry just is not that great at clearing infantry. Look at that cav charge, man. What a lackluster cav charge. A little sus over there. Hawkland long rifles are still alive though. Overall, trading's not the worst. Yeah, I think if you don't take pistoliers, you can probably do okay here. We'll see though. There's still a lot of archers left. Holy crap though, there's mortar hits. Whoa, he whiffed. Attack speed enjoyer not paying attention to those archers. But this is the sketchy part for Empire. So look at this. Wild Hunters of Kurnos just jumped the cavalry. And the Empire Knights are completely dead now, right? So what's stopping the Wood Elf cavalry from just charging through these massive gaps right now? Not a lot, right? There's 2 Wild Riders here, 1 Regiment of Renown. He might not need the archers. Remember, these archers will come back into the late game too. So I'm not that excited for Empire just yet. Yeah, Wizard got sniped. Waystalker certainly getting a lot of work in. As it stands, the long rifles are still alive. The mortars, you know, they're doing all right. Focus firing the routing archers. All right, not bad. And a decent Knight of the Blazing Sun charge on some Wild Hunters. But look at that cav swap. Wood Elf cavalry, significantly faster than Empire cavalry. Yeah, that's another cav unit down the drain. I'm going to rank this mildly sus for Empire. I think Wood Elves have a better late game. And yeah, look at that now. Stag Knights are coming in. Marcus, though, gets the net. But is there any counterplay? Are we going to see an Empire Knight? That's not going to kill Stag Knights. They get unnetted. On the far side, Wild Hunters of Kurnos is still living, too. I think we might just see a big Cav overwhelm. I don't see a lot of ways for Empire to win this mobility fight. And all the archers are barely alive, but they have a lot of entities, so they'll make use of their ammunition. One Stag Knight charges in, and the long rifles are now dead. Marcus looking kind of sus. Melkot's on the Reichsguard, also pretty rough. Yeah, this seems like it's a little cursed. I think it's really hard to get a Cav advantage here. These guys are kind of bonkers. And you can't bring Royal Altdorf Griffites because they'll get Melkots. Now, these Reichsguard did get a decent charge into the Stag Knights, but the Stag Knights win that in the long run, right? Lord is dead. Let's take a look. So Stag Knights versus Reichsguard. Significantly better stats. Significantly better. Routed them off like it's nothing. And yeah. This just seems not that great for Empire, does it? It looks like the Wood Elves are just far too comfortable in the Cav fights. Now, maybe you can use a lot of magic to bully the Cav? Because Wood Elves generally have to run pretty elite cavalry here, right? And then maybe you can overwhelm with like an Empire Knights around or something. You can get a flaming sword or whatever to get rid of the physical resist, but then you don't have burning head for these archers. But realistically speaking, there's nothing Empire can do to win this late game. There's a whole full HP Wild Rider still online and operational. There's the Wild Hunters of Kurnos over here. They do die. But now what? There's nothing left. You know, if Marcus is the pick. Yeah, but like that's a sign that like I think we're teching too hard to beat this Wood Elf build at this point. I think it's just a bad matchup. I don't think you should play it. Can't jump the mortars if they just roll away when they're in danger. Ah, yeah. Get the wagons. All right, so attack speed and joy wins, and that solidifies the thought that this is not a matchup for Empire. It's just not a matchup for Empire. They just don't have the tools to jump these archers. Technically, they have Cav, but if you bring in elite Cav, they get focused. If you bring in the cheap stuff, they die to the elite cavalry of the Wood Elves. And your mortars just don't cook. That's a lot of money spent on bronze chevrons, but they're only paying for themselves. You're spending a lot of resources to protect a unit that only pays for itself. Now, I do think there are probably some shenanigans you can pull to win this still. Probably involving a Cav max start with like a bunch of long rifles and you just shoot them to death. I think you can do that to kind of overwhelm their defenses. But you need the Cav advantage. If you don't have the Cav advantage, you're dead. Maybe you do run Flaming Sword with Knights of the Blazing Sun. That would give you a 40% damage boost for not a lot of magic. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. As much as I diss Flaming Sword, it's actually okay in that specific circumstance to get past their physical resist. And then, yeah, you get a 20% damage from the fire. It doesn't last that long, though, so maybe that's a little more janky. It could be enough, though, for your Knights of the Blazing Sun to cook. Unfortunately, you only have 3. But spamming some Empire Knights might get you there. I think my match against... Like, these matches are not ultra terrible for Empire. It feels like they're missing one tool, and then they get there. Like, just one thing to kill Cav. Literally anything to kill Cav, and they'll be fine. All right, so attack speed enjoyer in the finals of our little tournament. It's gonna be Navigator. Very exciting. Is the Steam Tank still relevant in any matchup? I would say the Steam Tank is not relevant. It's not very relevant. It just doesn't do anything, right? Like, how long does it take a Steam Tank to kill some infantry? Too long. Way too long. How would you rank the four monogod factions, best to worst currently? Slaanesh top tier, then Khorne, then Tzeentch, then Nurgle. Super easy. Tzeentch is a little weak right now. Nurgle's very weak. Slaanesh is very strong. Khorne is pretty good. They cover the whole spectrum. Engineer on a steam tank can be taken into Norska and Tzeentch. He can, but is he like good? Why not just run more war wagons, you know? Or like, you know, just take the master engineers on horses. I feel like that just is better. I think Tzeentch is underrated right now. They've not been explored enough. Don't they really just have the one thing though? You have your exalted chariots. You have your armor maxing. Maybe some Doom Knight action. Blues and pinks. But like, it's all just different flavors of armor, isn't it? I don't know. I could see it though. I wouldn't bet my life on saying Tzeentch is not underrated. But I really don't think they have that much teeth. They were starting to crop up a little bit though. I remember when Danican and Charix were testing the waters with Tzeentch. But they never stuck around with them. You played Beastmen into Empire the other day and Steam Tank Engineer got 670 kills. That's pretty funny. Just use it as a mega SE. Also have to have a hero attack speed enjoyer. Getting ready for the grand finals. I think it's decently likely that we face each other in the top 8. You versus Maximilianaire. I just have to get through Sipa. I feel like if you just ban Maximilianaire's vampire counts though, he's kind of screwed. Because then yeah, because you just ban his counts and then you just hard counterpick his other stuff. I guess he does like to play Wood Elves. But like, let's say you both take a Wood Elf win, then he's kind of stuck with just Coast. Maximilianaire, if you ban attack speeds Wood Elves though, and he bans your counts, then what does that look like? Ooh, what does that look like? Okay, so there's no Wood Elves or counts. Attack speed versus Maximilianaire. Attack speed likes, you know, he might have some Beastmen. Maybe he'll even take Petonia, who knows. Maximilianaire, like, the thing is, without Wood Elves, what's Maximilianaire have? It'd be Coast, right? So you'd be playing Coast into Beastmen or something. He doesn't know the factions you've been cooking. Oh, Maximilianaire with the sick plays. Maximilianaire is gonna roll in with Nurgle. Win the grand finals. I'm ready for it. Oh boy. Here, Maximilianaire, if you could just beat attack speed enjoyer for me, that'd be great. And then you can use your crazy strats versus me. Oh boy. Secret Cathay strats? Yeah, everyone just brings Cathay in the grand finals. That's where we end up. That would be spice. Feel like the blue/pink line rotations is nasty in theory. Like, are blues and pinks even good though? Like, what are they as a unit? They're just like tanky archers, right? So like blues and pinks are basically Kislev Kossars. Yeah, they're just Kislev Kossars. Like, I don't really see a lot that's great with them. Because they just don't kill anything, man. They just don't kill anything. They get outranged by everybody. They are nice if you're rushing, though. Like, I think if on a rush, they can get a lot of volleys off on some premium targets. Yeah, okay, blues are maybe pretty good. They're not bad. They got the precursor shots, and they're pretty hard to kill. I don't know, though. We'll see. We'll see if anyone actually plays Tzeentch. No one that's played Tzeentch has actually stuck around with them. Oh, nice. We got Navigator versus Martin. All right. Exciting. Pretty resilient to AoE magic stuff. Yeah. They're good against like large unarmored stuff. I feel like maybe there's like some Doom Knight stuff you can do. I just don't know how Tzeentch doesn't get kited into oblivion all the time though. It feels like Tzeentch will always just get kited. Well, like, I guess you have an armor max. But like, armor piercing kite, man. Ugh. I guess you have some nets and some spells. It's like they have all the components of a sandwich. But like, when you assemble it, it's like tomatoes. It's like you have tomatoes. And you have like, I don't know, what else? What doesn't go well with tomatoes? Okay, it's like you have bread. But it's like white bread. It's like normal white bread. And then you have like some olives. And you have like some pate, right? And tomatoes, right? But it's like missing the meat. It feels like it's missing meat. You know what I mean? No, we can't do cheese, because otherwise you can just make a grilled cheese, and that's good. Like, you need components of a sandwich, but you can't actually make a sandwich. That's what Tzeentch feels like. Yeah, they do have a lot of silver shields. Pinks do the same job as blues, but cost more. I do agree that blues are better than pinks. And blues are definitely not a terrible unit. But like, what's the Tzeentch win condition? Like, if I ask you guys right now, how does Tzeentch actually win the game? And how does that strat not get countered into oblivion? Okay, magic cheese. Maybe they just magic cheese it. Are you hungry? Don't bring up food now. I shouldn't be bringing up food. You're right. Yeah, I guess they have pretty strong magic, so they can get the net, and then they can get the Tzeentch's Firestorm. That's okay. If you win the air game, it's pretty good. Magic is the way. I guess you can't really counter Tzeentch magic. The birds are going to live regardless. But like, you can't kill a whole army with magic. Okay, so you use magic to soften them up. And then you roll in with the yeah, you soften them up with magic and then use very consistent trading units to win the game. You just yeah, you roll them over with a bunch of sick armor. They'll generally trade fine, and then you win, I guess. Like, that's usually what we see Tzeentch players go for. But we haven't seen Tzeentch that much. They're really not played that often. Aerial into Bretonia is surprisingly good. That's crazy. With the changeling. Oh, is this the thing that Turin cast where like You take Aerial and then you Tempest Bretonia. I don't know if that's good, man. What if they don't go the flying squad? Then you bring in the Change Bringers, and then I guess you have a lot of armor. I don't think Aerial's what does it though, right? I guess if literally the only thing Bretonia can do, if the only thing Bretonia can do versus Tzeentch armor is to spam their flying squad, then I guess Tzeentch Changeling Aerial shenanigans work. Can Bretonia really not do anything else though? Can't you just take like a bunch of Foot Squires or something? I guess Foot Squires aren't great. What if they just go ground Tonya though? What if they take Questing Knights? Do you kill Questing Knights? Aren't Centaurs of Tzeentch basically Seekers? Why not just Forsaken Centaur Rush? It's like it's slightly inefficient on all fronts, right? The Forsaken are slightly weaker, the Centaurs are weaker, and Slanesh is barely getting by nowadays anyways. But if they're unprepared for it, I can maybe see it. You can take some Zongors too. When has ground Tonya ever worked? That's like the most meta thing everyone does. People love spamming infantry and spamming ground knights. Charx will dabble in Pegasus Knights, but he never goes full Air Tonya. I can kind of see it though. I can kind of see a Tzeentch shenanigan. Really, Pinkfire does that good versus Foot Squires? I guess the armor's too low, right? So they get armor reduction, and then Pinkfire actually does okay versus them. It's not easy to get 190% spell mastery though, but I imagine less spell mastery would still cook. I guess maybe Bretonia's just really bad versus armor. Okay, what does Tzeentch do versus what's Tzeentch supposed to do versus, like, I guess they can spam blue fire on Ogre Kingdoms. I don't know. Such a weird such a weird position where, yeah, it really feels like they have everything they should need to win, but they don't. I think if you buff up their infantry even a smidge, then they become really strong though. Slanesh Forsaken plus light cav spam is really strong, but people have caught on to how to counter it, which is basically boxing. I think Slanesh probably has to go back into main tiding to beat those types of builds. Because, yeah, like, if you just hard box it, Lotus Spears, it's kind of difficult to get anywhere with Slanesh. See previous comment about Changeling Blue Scribes plus War Shrine. That's a crazy... You're spending so much money on that. I'd be very surprised if we see that in the finals. Right. Beastmen versus Empire. Martin is playing the Empire. Navigator is playing Beastmen. We will see if a thick man tide is able to win this. Tomb Kings are legitimately strong, but nobody plays them. I guess we don't have that many meta slaves in the community right now. I might be one of the only people who really hard follow what I think is big meta. A lot of people playing Beastmen, a lot of people playing Empire. Last time, though, a lot of people played Slanesh. Slanesh was very popular previously. Okay, and it's going to be on Lost Temple, all right. But yeah, I think here's the thing, though, right? Nobody can say that Wood Elves are a weak faction. Like, if we're talking legitimately strong, Wood Elves are obviously insanely strong, right? Everybody's playing Wood Elves. Everyone and their mother is playing Wood Elves, right? You can't really call Tzeentch legitimately strong when you have a faction that is, like, that much better than Tzeentch. You just can't. Shoot, Tomb Kings are a really good counter to Wood Elves and Ogres, though. I think they're a decent counter pick faction, but like, I think in terms of like the power scaling, the gap is a little too wide for these average factions. In the world of Warhammer, maybe good is not good enough. You need absolutely good. Yeah, I could see them as like a high B tier, but like we have so many factions in high B tier. The only factions that are lower than B tier is Skaven and Nurgle. And not being Skaven and Nurgle is not something to celebrate, right? You know? But like you can make an argument for like all factions that they have some sort of teeth. You know, you can say dwarves are pretty good, right? You know, they got their anti-kite tools, they got the bugmans, they have cool artillery plays. People like flame cannons versus Wood Elves. That doesn't make them a mega top tier faction. Half the roster or more is in B tier. There's some value in just becoming a master of specific factions, yeah. So many matchups that if you just get really good at one, you kind of get there. The problem, though, is that Turin, in his grand finals, he allows players one free global ban, which heavily advantages learning more than one faction. Because, yeah, whatever faction you specialize in, it's going to get banned. Which kind of sucks for all the people who spend a lot of time maining specific factions. I think if Turin gets rid of that, I immediately go way lower in terms of chances to win. But thankfully, Turin has kept that around, so we got a pretty good chance. Just ban a bunch of mains and then it will be goodies. But alright. Butcher's the Kalkengard, classic. This is a Zongor, mostly Zongors, and some Goreherd. Goreherd, pretty spicy. Blackhorned Ravagers, alright. This is a Goreherd with shield unit that has Rowdy, which is essentially perfect vigor. Overall, pretty standard fare for Beastmen. Yeah, you got the Malagor. You got the Pendulum. This is one of those builds that just kind of walks into the face of the Empire and just rolls them over. I just noticed Boss Toss lost to Martin. That's a slight upset, actually. A little spooky. Boss Toss was one of the top players previously. They haven't been playing as much lately, though. But, yeah, pretty sketch. It was 2-1, though, so it wasn't a devastating loss, but interesting to see. Yeah, I think if you specialize in 3 factions, you're pretty good. This is why I really just want to get to the semifinals of Turin's tournament. Because most people are really good at 2 factions. So I can get 1 free loss and 1 global ban. And then we're set. What the crap is this? All right, Martin's memeing. Either by misclick or memery.
Keep it from...
Threatens to desummon literally everything. All right. Now, Outriders. There they are. He loves Chevron Outriders. A lot of people swear by Chevron Outriders. I've never been particularly impressed. It makes them shoot awfully fast. But if they get shut down, you lose out on a lot of value. So these Outriders need to get closer to 1,000 gold worth of value to pay for themselves. Which is a little sus. They haven't gotten too much value yet. Malagor's spooty. Flying away, keeping his distance. And I think we're about to see a big push here. Free Company Militia are not super great when you're outnumbered. But the Empire does have more units than the Beastmen. It's close though. It's a lot of ranged units and a lot of SCs. So that'd be a little sussed. Pendulum. Going for a slightly suboptimal hit, but more consistent. It's not going to be dodged. So I think Beastmen are fairly comfortable here. Oh, hey, yeah, there's the Master Engineer that was talked about. Attack Speed Enjoyer mentioned that. I think the way Beastmen win this, though, is they kill everything but the Master Engineer, and the single guy is not going to be able to win the game. We'll see, though. Empire Knights get a charge onto the Gore Herd. Their mass is only okay. 130. So they take a lot of damage from that. But the real heavy hitters are here now. Butchers of Kalkan Guard have arrived. And they're going to take these Empire Knights to Pound Town. Harpies on the Huntsmen. Not exactly the best situation for them. But the Empire Master Engineer, he has routed off a unit of Gores. Pretty fun, pretty exciting. Are we going to see a disconnect? Hopefully not. I don't think it's me. Accuracy increase, that's true. So far they haven't done great though. Where are those Outriders? There's some Outriders here, yeah. Yes. Oh, there goes Martin.
You have been
And he lags out.
There is only defeat.
That's awkward. All right, so Martin lags out against Navigator. It wasn't looking that great though. But obviously the battle only just started. I'm gonna have to take screenshots of the builds too. All right, let's see. Where'd Martin go? What happened? That was kind of death of the instant variety. It looked like he was about to get taken to Pound Town. That was not a particularly great situation. Pretty solid Beastman build. But like the guy had like at least 4,000 gold worth of range units. They're gonna replay it. All right, nice. And he's back. All right. So let's just yeah, give him this. And give him this. All right. Gonna get the replay. Sent him the builds. Should be good. A gold chevron Outrider will get something like 3x the value of a regular one after both use all their ammo just because of accuracy. I'll have to test it. A lot of people swear by it. But like What if your Outrider doesn't do well though, right? Like, if my Outriders get to shoot, I win. I already win. Is there really a situation where I need the Outriders to do more DPS? Like, they're already the higher DPS option of wagons. So, like, what I specifically need to see is a game that would have been lost if the Outriders were not chevroned. I think a lot more games are lost because look at how expensive this is, right? So that's $828. I guess it's not that expensive. I guess it's only half a spear, so maybe it's not that bad then. I thought it was going to be a bit more. Okay, so you're saying you bring them up to 800 and then maybe? I guess if you have extra money lying around. I'm so worried because, like, in the Ogre game, they brought Buna and my Outriders got Buna'd instantly. Like, as far as I'm concerned, chevrons just make a unit way weaker. Aaron, Foxy, chevrons are slept on. I think, I don't know. I can't argue for chevrons when literally no top level player is actively making use of them. If they are slept on, then that means like everyone's sleeping on them. We do see a handful of situations where they might be okay though. I still have to do some proper testing with silver chevron Outriders. Maybe the accuracy is just super good. Yeah, it doubles the total damage. I'm aware. I'm aware. So you're saying like each volley will get a lot more work in. I could see that. I could see that. So maybe it's worth just that slight price increase. It's not that much of a price increase, having looked at it. So I could be convinced. Got Buna'd because your opponent was scared of them. Well, it doesn't change the fact that they're still dead. No point putting chevrons on melee troops. Well, they do get a leadership boost. But yeah, you'll generally increase the damage that you get with the ranged troops. It's a lot more reliable than the very mild leadership boost you get on melee stuff. But I'll leave it for someone else to figure it out. Chevron Outriders into Corn. I don't know, man. I think you kill Corn either way. I think you kill them either way, but maybe you do need that extra deeps. The argument, though, that I understand is being made is that it will make your Outriders more efficient per gold spend, and you're not spending that much, so if they eat spells, it ain't too bad. Pot shots on Malagor. Chevron's not really helping out. We'll see, though. Specifically, what we want to see are these Outriders. They have to get 850 gold value.
We have a victory point. Keep
You
it
can see the shots. It's fairly accurate. A lot of them are going over the heads of these guys. So I guess the accuracy is helping out on that front. They farmed up a solid 100 gold worth of value. But will they actually do well? So far they're pulling back. I feel like grenades would have done more here. What I really want to see, though, is how they do versus the Minotaurs. Will they kill the Minos? And interesting, Navigator's not going for the push just yet. Martin playing pretty cagey. He does have great swords. I think he summoned those guys in, knowing that a big rush is coming. Yeah, so Martin going for the great swords instead of the free company. That makes the difference. That's a deal breaker as to whether or not beastmen decide to go for the rush. Or they do not. Noblar trappers should not have bonus versus infantry. Oh, they used to? Really? That's crazy. But problem is, Empire's gonna have a really hard time securing points, right? So what method of poking do they have? They have a Master Engineer. He has gone a decent amount of value, but he's gonna run the Empire, a solid 2,000 something. Pigeon Bomb's decent. All right, we're gonna see some free company militia here. And the Outriders are getting in there, so they're gonna shoot some shields. That does technically, no, it doesn't get them value, huh? No, it does, okay. Get some very mild value, though. As Ogres, they are silver shielded. They don't care that much about these here Outriders. Overall, not particularly interesting. It's just a lot of kite mitigation as the beastmen kind of build up their forces here. Empire are really without a lot of ranged. Double spear, or no, spearman and free company. Okay, so these guys are mildly safe. And now we're seeing a little bit of a play. So Master Engineer has shown up. He's trying to get the point. Outriders, they've gone 246 gold worth of value. I guess that's all right. Burning head drops. Oh, dang. Trying to catch his Ogres. But the Butchers of Kalkengard, they come in to help out. And they're just going to get a little bit of pitter-patter on this Master Engineer. Line of sight is fairly good here for them, too. But hey, look at that. Pretty good volley. And doesn't do that much. Honestly, Outrider's not cooking super hard just yet. 300 value is not terrible, though. Does ward him off. You know what? Not bad. Is it significantly different from unchevron Outriders? Kind of hard to tell. But, like I said, not a very expensive choice to go for the silver chevrons on these guys. So Minotaurs, they're chilling, they're healing. These ones are great weapons. These volleys at max range though. Even the chevrons, not really enough to help him. Are we gonna see another volley though? A little mild volley. Nothing crazy though. Still just a lot of back and forth. With the Beastmen, they're probably gonna close in soon. They summon in a Gore Herd, which means they probably don't want to charge in just yet because this unit's late. But it looks like it's probably gonna be the last summon of infantry, and now it's just mobility. So Harpies have arrived. Outriders getting some pretty decent shots off. There you go, getting a little bit of poke on the great weapons. I will say the damage is only okay, but they're already up to 500 value. It's decent. Unfortunately now though, they're getting caught by the Gore Herd, so they are now on the retreat. They should be able to repost up somewhere though. But the Beastmen have made the big engage. Centaur charge on the Free Company. Deletion. Absolute deletion. Free Company can't really handle that too well. Pigeon Bomb though on the Minotaur is pretty good. And a misplaced Pendulum. Did not go down the pipe here. That's actually a pretty big value loss on the side of the Beastmen. They eat a Burning Head on the right flank too. And overall, a little bit of a sloppy engagement. A little bit of a sloppy engagement on the Beastman side. Outriders have caught up in the damage. They've done it. Not bad, actually. Not bad. Reload time reduction. Doing pretty well. They're being babysat. Not terrible. You know what? I'd rate it. I think these Outriders, not the worst. Use half their ammo. Got a good amount of value. What's not to love? In the meantime, though, Minotaurs devastating the poor greatswords. Cavalry generally in the advantage of the Beastmen still. especially because I have Minotaurs and such. And this left flank of the Empire is completely collapsed. Now, while the Beastmen are down in a lot of value, they can mostly ignore the Master Engineer and kill everything else, because at the end of the day, one Master Engineer is not going to win the whole game. And with the Great Swords going down, not the most comfortable of situations. There's a good Pendulum too. Hits a lot of Spearmen and clips the Cavalry. And potentially we could see Beastmen take a point. They also have a Centaur in the backfield. Many of the Empire forces are routing. And the Bright Wizard is routed too. Definitely has not spent all of his magic. So I'd say generally this is advantaged for Beastmen. There's a small chance that they get completely routed off though. But with the units they have left on the field, it doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime soon. And it seems like we're just going to see more mass routes. There's a lot of cavalry though. That is a Demigryph Knight Halberd. Outriders cooking pretty hard actually. 1100. Doing pretty well. Finally getting shut down a little bit. But will the cavalry cook? We do have Corngors, which are specifically very annoying for Empire to deal with all that anti-large. Another great Pendulum. Malagor sitting at 600 value. Could be slightly higher. I feel like Flock of Doom would have done better. But some Pendulums were a little misplaced. Now we really have to see. Pigeon Bomb has arrived. Hits up the Corngors. They do have spell resist, but not the greatest for them. In fact, they may even be terror routed. It's a little sus, I will say, for the Beastmen. They're gonna have to deal with 2 Empire Reichsguard, all right, on the left flank. And then, yeah, they're still trying to not get cleaned up here. Outriders are actually doing quite well for themselves. Malagor in a little bit of a sketchy position. But the Butchers of Kalkengard, they live. 1800 value on these bad boys. Insane. These Minotaur Great Weapons, only 500. Another Pendulum hits though. But the capture weight is still not in the way of the Beastmen. Outriders doing great though. 1340 value. Cooking it up. Martin trying to prove me wrong, and it looks like he's doing it. These guys are doing pretty good. Not gonna win the game, however, as there just might be too much Beastmen here. Cavalry's very caught up now. Where the Corngor is at, yeah, they're doing well. They got their Unbreakable settled. Outriders get caught, and even though one capture point over here is getting taken, that overcommitment to cavalry here means that this fight goes pretty badly for the Empire. And there you go. Capture point is taken. Master Engineer ain't doing too great either. Does have a lot of kills, does have 3000 value, but much like the Thunder Barge, you're gonna be weaker on other fronts. Beastmen now just have to hold for 3 minutes to get the win. That is not a lot of time. They can still contest this point as soon as the Empire leaves it. But maybe the Empire can stay. Look at that. Decent charge on some Gore Herd, but oh my god, Sons of Goros going in for the charge with their lightning axes. Lightning magic axes.
Always love your content.
Hey, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, $10. Holy crap. Thank you, thank you. Happy to make more. And yeah, Empire just taps out. Woo, all right. So yeah, that's just Beastmen for you. A nasty rush. The Outriders did pretty good though. Very few range units were taken. But the Beastmen Minotaur rush is just brutal. Very, very strong. I think map-wise, it also wasn't great for the Empire. And that kind of got them cooked. If Navigator wins the next match, he moves on to face Attack Speed Enjoyer in the finals. Yeah, Outriders did well, though. I can kind of see it. Maybe I'll consider it. Maybe. That accuracy bonus, I could see that being impactful. But what will the next match be? 3 games proves conclusively that Empire is just bad. Forget the Elspeth win. Empire has been having a bit of a rough time. Test it versus AI. Yeah, I'll get that in eventually. Eventually. My Outriders versus Dark Elves kind of did good enough, though. I'm kind of happy with it. I'm really interested to see how their shots work versus Cavalry and Monstrous Infantry. Yeah, I'm noticing Beastmen are really leaning into the Gore Herd nowadays. We're seeing a lot of Gore Herd builds. It seems like they're just good instead of the Ungores. They have lots of anti-infantry. They deal a lot of damage. Vanguard, what's not to love, man? We need more Empire to be played for the average Empire game to be better. We'll see. But anyways, this next match, we'll see if Navigator wins, and then one more best of 3, and then we're done. Tournament's actually going on for a little while, unfortunately. But alright. Looks like it's going to be Slaanesh. Is it going to be Slaanesh versus Empire, though? I feel like the Empire box is really good. But if Navigator goes for Armor Max, I really want to see how Armor Max Slaanesh does versus Empire. I'm quite interested in this matchup in particular. Who will win? And then we have attack speed. Will we see Empire versus Wood Elves again? Maybe. Maybe. You managed to catch a stream for once? Yeah, this one is going on a little longer. Yo, I only have one more stream and then finals. Oh, God. Great swords exist? Yeah, I think that's the big problem. Unless Slaanesh can win with some capture point shenanigans, they don't have that much to kill great swords. The advent of the Light Wizard spamming Shems is really annoying. That's some crazy tech versus the Slaanesh infantry. I never thought Shems would be the main anti-infantry spell of the day. I almost want to play High Elves with Shems. Let's go High Elves, spam Shems versus the armor, cackle. Have a great time. Whatever trait makes the standard Beastman Spears invisible is underrated. It's quite nice. I just see a lot of people spamming Gores, but Ungores are still taken. It's just standard stock. Yeah, I think after this match, while attack speed and navigator do their thing, I can see where we end up with the Outriders. I'll do a test for y'alls. Everyone's talking about this crazy DPS increase you get for a mere 150 gold. Marauder spam with double cultist and Sigvald. So I think the double cultist is definitely good. That's one of the techs I was thinking of doing against the Empire box, because they really don't have a lot versus cultist, and then you just summon the demonettes inside their formation and they get screwed. That seems like it's a not terrible play. You're also more resistant to Shems. That's pretty nice. Sigvald's pretty funny. This is kind of a full counter build, though. I feel like Empire can kinda... I feel like they can kinda work it. Greenskin spotted. Oh god, Slanesh versus Greenskins. If Greenskins win here, that'd be crazy. There's no way. Are Greenskins actually gonna win this? There's no way. Greenskins suck versus Slanesh. Unless they box. I'm gonna see a rogue Greenskin box. It's armor spam. Okay. No greatsword equivalent. No black orcs. Black orcs can be pretty funny into Slanesh. Okay, so we're seeing 2 trolls. Interesting. All right, so we're seeing an armored Slanesh build versus Greenskins, huh? Wonder if Martin's gonna copy your tech. Is he? Is this your tech? The river trolls. You can try Azazel. I feel like, doesn't Azazel die to Shems? I guess he can kind of dodge it, but like I don't think he's great. I don't know. There's some ways you can counter it, but like I don't want to experiment in the grand finals. That sounds like a terrible idea. Sounds like a terrible idea. I might just kite every game. Or if I just kite every single game, you know, play some high elves, do a little bit of kite shenanigans there. But yeah, this is a warrior hell scourge push. All right, got a lot of hell striders. That's pretty good. Interesting. Nakari, actually. Whoa. That's not a normal keeper of secrets. Straight up Nakari. Pavane, Acquiescence. We see the Blissful Rapture. So Blissful Rapture with infantry builds is quite nice. It elevates your warriors of Slanesh to basically chosen levels of melee attack. Can be really good against these type of mass infantry builds that people are going. I think it's interesting. Greenskins, they have Azag. He's got the Buna for the Mega Cav. He has the Spirit Leech to snipe Nakari. And River Trolls. No Greenskin player is the same with their builds. I don't know, man. I think all Greenskin players go for 1 Rugloods, an Archer or 2, and then a bunch of Orc boys. Like every Greenskin player I see, it does that. It's kind of the flourish that they add after the fact that makes it slightly different. But I would say like 50% of the armies are fairly similar. And the flourish doesn't change up what you're dealing with most of the time. Because at the end of the day, you gotta push through Orc boys, kill archers. That's what they are in my head. You can't change my basic categorization. Are these fanatics? No. Warlord boys, alright. Well, they do have armor sundering. Don't know if they have the melee attack to punch through this hefty melee defense. Yeah, 44 melee defense, 54 melee defense. Pretty chonky. I'd say this is an interesting match. Now, Pavane's not going to drag these river trolls too far out. Wherever you cast Pavane, that's where they're going to run back to. So river trolls only get slightly overextended. And yeah, oh man, that's a rough initial play. Navigator misplays the Pavane, gets 14 winds of magic worth off of it, and that's it. He's just 14 winds of magic down. Greenskins playing pretty cagey though. But this Slanesh build is kind of ready for that. Lots of warriors we're talking about here. Now river trolls have arm piercing damage. Very little melee attack though. I guess these ones are winded. They're a little tired from Pavane, so maybe that's a slight boost. I'd be a little worried though if I was Greenskins. These warriors are engaging, and it just doesn't seem like there's a strong counter to them. So 1 Chaos Warrior is in. Orc boys taking just a smidge of damage. We're going to see some sick Fury play. They could get countercharged by the pump wagons. So it's very important that you don't just throw them away here. Nakari not getting focus fired by the archers, but there we go. He's going to charge in. Gonna use some Witch Stealer sword action and clobbers the River Trolls. Quarter damage off on a 1k damage Nakari. Oh my god. That's about as good as it gets on that Witch Stealer sword tech. Immediately terror routes the River Trolls. And life is a little sus here now for the Greenskins, as the Chaos Warriors over here are holding up decently, even versus pump wagons. Most of the archers are getting bogged down. Maybe a little pick over here on the Hellstriders. No, Navigator on top of his game. Disengages. And I don't know how I feel about this for the Greenskins. Looks like they kind of getting run over here. Their lines are in complete disarray. Capture point is secured. And the pump wagons are dying to Furies, the unit they were meant to counter. Oh my goodness, look at them go. Dang, all right. It's kind of a 1-for-1 trade though. Gonna see some pig cavalry here. I think Martin's making slightly better cav plays. Frontline actually started stabilizing for the Greenskins too. Now this is a triple cap situation, but Slaanesh can't exactly disengage from this. Their units are just too slow. So potentially the Greenskins actually win this. Let's take a look. Purveyne of Slaanesh on the Broken Tusk mob. That's gonna get him killed. That's a lot of value. On the left flank, things are looking pretty well, pretty good too. 3 warrior units are still holding. I think if this River Troll head gets routed, it's still pretty bad for the Greenskins. And you can see the crazy melee defense of these Chaos Warriors is kicking in now. These Orc Boys basically have a 10% chance to hit these guys. Same with the River Troll hags. The melee defense is just too high. So they're basically never going to die unless they get rear charged or cycle charged in some way. This could break them though. Big guns. They're anti-large, but they do a lot of damage. Basically anti-infantry. And with the armor piercing, yeah, it's a pretty big smush on the Hell Scourges. They're going down. However, left side for Slaanesh. It's starting to collapse in. These warriors, they're rather slow though, but they will be able to disrupt the archers. Not enough to actually chase them down. However, the archers deciding to stand their ground against the warriors, they will be bogged down pretty hard. Now there is a bit of a win con for both players right now. A Lord Snipe on either side could be devastating. Foot Azag. Gonna get attacked by Nakari. There's the Witch Stealer sword. And there's the Rampage. Law drops, but it doesn't increase melee defense. Willing play 2. Prey 2. 0 melee defense for Azag. Takes another massive hit. Takes another hit. Is he gonna rout? Looks like a terror rout is for sure gonna happen. Full rout. Gets dropped. And Akari with the mega dumpster play gets Azag out of there. Unfortunately misses with that attack, but this one might get him. And if Azag dies, it's completely over. I think he may have overextended. Oh my god, and there's a shatter. Now Nakari will die too though. But if I had to pick a faction that suffers more from the Lord being dead, I would actually say Greenskins. Nakari heals if Azag dies too. Oh my god. But he gets back up. He just stands back up. Oh my god, Nakari goes down. Beautiful snipe on both sides. Had Azag died a little faster, Nakari would have gone a 30%, I think, heal. Which would have been massive. Regardless, it's still probably over for the Greenskins. Their infantry is just not really trading into the Slaaneshi infantry corps here. And Azag soon enough will rout off the map, and that's just going to spell doom for the leadership. There's not enough time to resummon him either. And there he goes. Right off the edge of the map. And goodbye, leadership. Big guns routing. Boar big guns routing. Squig herd. Yeah, that's a chain route and a half. Oh my goodness. River Trolls are gone. We got 1 squig herd and 1 big gun here left to hold the fort. Not a very pretty situation. Not to mention Slaanesh probably has all of their army abilities going on right now. They can just toss it out wherever they like. And a single pump wagon, probably not going to be enough. Archers are now completely shut down. And this is definitely a 3-minute win type of situation. Is that a rampage? No, narcissism. Nets him down. And Martin sees the writing on the wall. GG. Losing Nakari was a bit rough, but Nakari was already basically dead. So, considering they traded out Nakari for Azag, it's kind of like losing your queen in chess for a checkmate. It's totally fine, right? Nakari is just a resource at the end of the day. Which means now it's gonna be attack speed enjoyer. Orc boys got pretty massacred. Huh. ROR goblins actually traded decently versus the armor. That's kind of cool. And yeah, the river trolls, they have armor piercing, but they didn't have the melee attack. These hell scourges just held forever. And then they held until the river trolls got routed. Plus Nakari just dumpstered them. Furies did okay, but it was mostly the Cav cleaning up. Yeah, that got it done. GG. Which means now we're doing the finals, casting the finals. Attack speed enjoyer versus navigator. Who will win? I put my money on attack speed enjoyer. He's a very strong player. They play quite similarly though. We're looking at Wood Elf and Beastmen players here, alright? It's Wood Elves and Beastmen for days. This build will never cap points. Now I'm really interested to see what you have, Meaty Dangler. What's your crazy tech? I guess I'll see one day. But yeah, this is Navigator. Rocking the Slaanesh. It's gonna be up against attack speed enjoyer. So I guess it's gonna be changing factions probably. I think we're guaranteed to see attack speed enjoyer go for Wood Elves here though. I'm gonna guess he has a pretty mean Wood Elves versus Beastmen. They might even play a Wood Elf mirror if they both go for Wood Elves. We'll see. Yeah, I feel like Black Orcs are actually pretty fun versus Slaanesh. Their ITP stops them from routing. They don't get their army ability built up. It's a good time. Man, I'm still so worried about Sipa. Oh boy, the match is coming. Yeah, Black Orcs cook pretty hard. Slaanesh weirdly doesn't have that much to deal with Black Orcs. Even if you spam Furies on them, their melee defense actually holds up quite well. If you take the shielded Black Orcs. Pretty scary. And then they can kill the warrior spam. It can be quite the awkward situation. Azek's like, call an ambulance, but not for me. If this happened in lore, I think that's a win for the greenskins. Azek lived and a greater demon died. Like, jeez. Heartseekers. Heartseekers versus greenskins, not bad. The Buna on the Azek there, though, can be pretty rough. You can rampage Azek. There's some back and forth play. There's attack speed enjoyer. All right. Here we go. Hopefully this one doesn't take too long. My throat's actually getting a little tired. I'll take it easy. Why not? Let's see here. You know, a funny thing I can do versus a lot of players is just pick their factions. Force them to play not their mains. Like I ban one of their mains and then I play their main. So like against Sipa, I could well, I'm not gonna play Dark Elves. They're pretty proficient with Norska though. So if I always pick Norska before them, then you can't do that, I guess. We will have to see. Yeah, tournament's been going for 4.5 hours. Yeah, the Total War strats, lying down to become invincible. I feel like I don't know, man. Foot characters are still a little too hard to kill in my book. I feel like they should be slightly easier to snipe. Like getting knocked down, you should only get knocked down if you actually take damage. I think that should be the rule of thumb. If a unit attacks and misses, it shouldn't knock down the unit. But I don't know if CA has the tech for that. Also, I forgot to check Outriders. It's fine though. I'll be right back while we wait for them to pick their factions. All right. Is it gonna be Slanesh versus Betonia? That'd be crazy. They can't do that because of monster units, because their attacks cause a lot of units to go flying. I'm talking like just single entity foot characters. I think just single entity foot characters, they should stand their ground more and only go flying if they get hit. Normal infantry should take impact damage. But like, it just doesn't make sense that Nakari would take so long to take out a little mini dude, right? Maybe it does make sense. There's a lot of heroes in lore. Haven't selected map yet, so these factions are probably not the factions they're picking. Oh boy. Oh my god. Attack speed on Slanesh, okay. Did they both go for Slanesh? Ooh, who has the better micro in a Slanesh mirror? Who has the better micro? Norska versus Slanesh, okay. Interesting. Is it actually Norska versus Slanesh? I feel like this is supremely Slanesh favored. Maybe I am very wrong. Interested to see how Attack Speed Enjoyer decides to play this one out though. But in general, Slaanesh, I believe they outclass Norska in mobility. You're fighting skin wolves. You're fighting skin wolves and ice wolves. But you have Hellstriders. Pretty sure Hellstriders just win this. There's also a chance that he takes a bunch of skirmishers and it doesn't go so well either. Norska has a lot of pointy sticks. Not that many. Tell me, how many anti-large units does Norska have? Tell me right now. Anti-large infantry on the Norskan roster. It's just one, right? Oh, I guess Javs. Okay, yeah, I guess Javs. I wouldn't say they're decent, though. I don't think I like Javs versus Slaanesh. Because their range kind of sucks. Maybe, though. Maybe they just jab it up. You can't really box as Norska. However... very interested to see how this goes. In my head, it's super Slaanesh favorite, though. Also, when does the tournament start on Saturday? Let me check. Actually, not entirely sure when it starts on Saturday. I'll figure it out later. That's true. That's true. Yeah, my Keeper of Secrets tend to die pretty fast to javelins. You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Those pointy sticks are pretty scary. Yeah, that happened multiple times. That's true. Fimir Great Weapon. Oh, that would be an interesting tech. I think Fimir versus Fiends, it's a little sus. I think it really depends on the Lord and if they're there to support it. 3 anti-large melee units plus jabs. Okay, well, yeah, they got skin wolves. Like, the anti-large doesn't do that much, though. Like, skin wolves are still not the best versus Hellstriders, because Hellstriders are way cheaper. They'll just outnumber them. But they got skin wolves of armored and non-armored varieties. They have Fimir, and then they have their spears. Honestly, not the best, but looks like that's not even the match. They're doing a completely different matchup. Okay. Wood Elves versus Beastmen. Interesting. Is Attack Speed Enjoyer going to go max Glade Guard spam again? I don't think he will. Attack Speed Enjoyer is definitely of the Mantide variety of player. And I think he's going to just do an Infantry Mantide versus Beastmen. We'll see how good my reads are on Attack Speed Enjoyer. I think Navigator's going to go for the Butchers of Kalkengard. But yeah, this is quite interesting, ain't it? The anti-large unit for Norska's Throg. Should have known, he's right in front of us. Do the dogs trade up into Hellstriders? I think the Ice Wolves might do pretty well into Hellstriders. But this is a totally different matchup. Dunes of Cain, Beastmen versus Wood Elves. I would say Wood Elves have a pretty mean kite versus Beastmen. They keep changing their factions. Demons of Chaos! Are they just memeing now? Are they just memeing? So that I can talk about my thoughts on all the matchups? You have Navigator wins Demons of Chaos versus Wood Elves. Everything I know is a lie. This should be totally impossible. Taking the Butchers as Beastmen. Some really hot takes there. You know, Attack Speed Enjoyer didn't take the Butchers. That was interesting. Though he probably still would have won, with or without. I'm quite interested to see how this pans out. Yeah, they just keep changing the matchup. I don't know what they're doing. I'll just wait for them to lock in. What are they doing? I wonder what their 3 factions are, though. Oh boy, I'm getting tired, though. It's fine. I can take it easy. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of doing a streaming career, so I can take it easy. That's a pro strat, right? So they're going to flip through every single matchup, hear my thoughts on all of them, and use that information to counterpick me. Those are some 5D chess plays right there. Okay, Navigator has locked in with Beastman. This is it. I'm pretty sure he's just gonna get shot to death, though. Beastmen don't have a great push into Wood Elves here. And he unreadies. He's gonna switch again. He's gonna switch it up. I would love to see attack speed go for the Glade Guard spam, though, and Navigator try to counter it. Oh my gosh. They ain't ready, and they're really tryharding. And a map change. Last second map change. I guess he selected the wrong one. Creeping Swamp. Slightly better for a rush because of the trees. Okay, and Navigator goes, or no. Navigator goes for Zongors, and we're gonna see some Deepwood Scout Kite. All right, pretty standard fare, right? Yeah, maybe you don't take the Butchers into Wood Elves, so they are shielded. Interesting that we don't have that many Beastmen units. Now, the problem with Deepwood Scouts is their DPS can be a little lacking versus the Beastmen. I don't know if I prefer Way Watchers. That might be an insane take. But Zongors have that armor. Take a look-see. 50 armor, silver shields. Deepwood Scouts, Swift Shiver spam. Okay. Look at that. So they're almost entirely non-armor piercing damage. Oh my god, it's all Swift Shivers. You take 5 Swift Shivers? Oh my god. Alright. Attack speed. Going off the deep end. Committing hard to the Swift Shiver Kite. The theory goes, they have enough... Oh, hey, there are Butchers here. Okay. The theory goes, with enough DACA, anything will die. So these guys are interesting because they fire multiple shots. They suffer in the range department because of it, so it can be a little easier to potentially rush them. This is a very melee-centric Beastman build. And the rather large number of Centaurs here, I think that's going to be posing the biggest threat to this Wood Elf core. He's starting out with 3 Centaurs and the Butchers, so his front line's obviously going to be way stronger. The question is, though, are the Beastmen going to full press it? Or they're going to go for a more mild approach here? I think Beastmen got to full press it. The DPS on these guys is way too high. Wow, very nice dodge. Holy crap. Full Swift Shiver volley. Surprise on the Centaurs. But gets a magnificent dodge. These guys, they don't... their arrows are not as fast as Deepwood Scouts or Way Watchers. So they are more dodgeable.
We have a victory point. Keep it from
Making things a little sus. Very interesting, dude. Some shots on the Zongors. Only getting their shields down. And yes, this is a full press on the Beastmen. Fairly decent Flock of Doom, but look at that. Malagor's fighting the Spellweaver. He actually has better stats than the Spellweaver. Apparently, he's just... dang, those are actually really good stats. 55-45. I think his HP's less, though. HP right now is fairly even. Both hitting each other pretty hard. But the Beastmen, as it stands, have not taken that much damage from the Kite. Big charge, catches some Deepwood Scouts. And no healing. Goes to the pendulum play. A little bit of damage to the Dryads. Nothing too crazy so far. Though that will help terror out them with the Butchers. I'd say this is pretty good for the Beastmen in general, though. This feels pretty comfortable for the Beastmen, right? Aside from the fact that they haven't captured point number 1, the actual fight itself, which I believe is much more important, is going quite well. Deepwood Scouts are just draining their ammo. They're doing decently on value. We are going to see a pretty hefty route over here too. So maybe it's not bad. I think the big thing though is, are these butchers gonna butcher? 45 armor. They got their shields. They block a lot of damage from these guys as long as they're facing the right direction. And instead opting to retreat. Okay. That's gonna be pretty sketchy. Things are suddenly looking real bad for the Beastmen actually. It's a fairly heavy commitment, but the flanking shots and the big route in the center means that suddenly there's not a whole lot going on here. Centaurs were not able to get fully into the cookie jar, and no third capture point's gonna be pretty sus. Does get a charge with the Butchers against Wild Riders. Wild Riders though, kind of chunking. I think attack speed's done. I think he got a successful enough kite. Even though he did get caught a bit, I think the Beastmen just didn't really have that thick infantry line to actually get in there. And they're playing really aggressively on this back point. Attack speed and Jory, if he did get the triple cap, he'd only be at 450 tickets. So I don't think it makes a huge difference, because at this point, he's looking pretty army wiped, right? Just not a whole lot left. And these guys are just on fire at will. They're not even using volley fire. They're just getting the maximum amount of shots they possibly can in on the Beastmen, drawing them into a fairly bad position and letting the Dryads cook, I guess. Butchers are yeah, kind of struggling. Another Zongor bites the dust, and I think this match is totally over. Navigator getting wrecked by the skirms. Maybe I should just only kite. Let's just play Wood Elves, High Elves, and I don't know. Is there any other faction with a good 360 kite unit? I feel like that's where I'm comfortable. Let's see here. Empire, unfortunately, just doesn't kite well enough. Wood Elves and High Elves are not bad, though. Or just go Wood Elves, High Elves, and Betonia. Has he cracked the code? Are Wood Elves OP? Wood Elves are OP. I don't think there's a huge code to be cracked, unfortunately. They're kind of soft OP, though. But Wood Elves definitely are. Probably, I would say Wood Elves are probably the top faction in the game right now. Which means in the best of 3 series, I should probably ban Wood Elves just twice. I think the less I play Wood Elves, the less volatile things get. Because I think if anyone plays them, it gets a little sus. It is true though. If you misplay Archers deck, oh my boys, it's going. But yeah, Butchers are super dead now. I think Wood Elves are better than Ogres and Slanesh now. People kind of figured out how to beat Ogres and Slanesh. Like Ogres, you literally just rush. You just rush them. And Slanesh, you just box. Like Ogres, if you bring terror and you have a strong rush, they're kind of weak sauce. Especially the terror. Like leadership hits on Ogres is so devastating. And then Slanesh, yeah, if you just box and bring some anti-infantry stuff, like, well, what the crap are they gonna do? Wood Elves, on the other hand, you kind of need a very strong rush, I think, to punch through this. And also, I've been cooking up some builds with Wood Elves and Ogres. I feel like it might be winnable, playing it on the Wood Elf side, but I'm not entirely sure just yet. Kind of a we'll see type situation. Capture point number 1, though. Take it. Before 1,000 tickets, that's a good sign for the Wood Elves. Gold's Man-Eaters. Gold's Man-Eaters are really good, but unlike Wrathmongers, they kind of get shot to bits. It's a fairly good pick, though. Centaurs diving in on the Deepwood Scouts. Navigator. Still trying to make a big play here. Technically, if Navigator can hold on to these points for a really long time, it's not bad. The problem is that Navigator has like 5 units to work with in Malagor. One of them's about to die. But in theory, if Navigator continuously evenly trades for the rest of the game, Navigator will win. That's a Wild Hunter of Kurna, so uptrading is going to get significantly harder. This is armor piercing, anti-large, magic damage cav. They will annihilate all things Beastmen. And I don't think there's going to be a huge flock of doom to really salvage the situation. Technically, though, if it takes 3 minutes to secure this point, I guess Beastmen have a chance. A little bit of a charge here on the Gore Herd, all right.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Interesting, interesting. I think that's not terrible. But, well, you know, I guess Beastmen are kind of flooding point. So seeing Gore Herd and Centaur span. If these Wild Hunters start to falter, it could be really bad. But I don't know. That's another Centaur biting the dust. There's only one Deepwood Scout alive, though. And these Butchers of Kalkengard are technically not going to take any damage. Their HP regeneration doesn't decrease as they lose entities. So that's actually not bad for them. I think Navigator is really wishing he captured this first point earlier. That 150 points would have made a massive difference. But against all odds, seems like the Wild Hunter's kind of getting bullied. There's really no more Wood Elf core here. Oh my gosh. He can't afford to lose us. Oh my god, they're getting absolutely surrounded. Wild Riders over here kind of having a rough time. But the Butchers are in. These are terror-causing Minotaurs. And at 3 entities left. Yeah, look at them. They're still heal capped. Holy crap, they're not gonna die. Butchers of Kalkengard, super important that you actually kill them off in entirety, because with their omega high leadership, they will absolutely just sit there at 3 models and just win the game. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Navigator's cooking. I thought he was dead. He had basically nothing left. But I guess some of the Deepwood Scouts didn't really get clean D summons off. They were a little injured. Witches are still in. Now there's the finishing blow, right? But oh, dang, big pendulum. Dryads are not going to capture that point. Farside Dryads, they're just going to get countered by another Gore Herd. But the Wood Elves did manage to hold their home point. Point they've been fighting for all game. Looking okay. It's looking all right. Overall, yeah, it's looking okay. But he just can't trade up into these Centaurs, can he? I guess this is the problem with Wood Elf late game. You gotta summon 1 Wild Rider, they summon 1 Centaur on the cheap, and they'll trade roughly evenly. Spellweaver of Beast not doing too great. At least the Butchers are dead. But this is really bad for the Wood Elves now. We're looking at a single capture point win for the Beastmen. And they're only trading better and better as time goes on. Goreherd have arrived though. Wood Elves look like they probably will actually capture this point. Barely charging in time with the Glade Riders. Trading about evenly. It's actually not the best for the Glade Riders there. Holy crap, our Goreherd just busted. 41 melee attack, 33 charge bonus. They're basically like Cav. Clobbering through those Glade Riders like no one's business with their massive melee attack. And while the point is going in the favor of the Wood Elves, and yes, maybe they capture the middle, I'm pretty sure the Wood Elves are going to get army wiped here. Because look at this. These Dryads are going to die. There's no way they survive Centaurs and Goreherd. Over on this side, another Goreherd. Against a Wild Rider and some Dryads. Now, they'll probably die here. I guess there are some Dryads here to secure this point. Okay, you know what? Oh man, what a nail biter. Okay, wait, Wood Elves are actually kind of okay in value. The only problem is this point. They're gonna have 1,000 supplies soon, so they can summon some Wild Riders here. And if they beeline to this point, maybe they make it in time, but it looks like it's gonna be a little too slow. With 3 whole units on this point, it's looking pretty sus. No Wild Riders at the ready. Looks like they were all on cooldown, and Beastmen are going to recapture the point. Holy moly, though. What a match. I really could not call who was going to win that game the entire time. That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy. The Deepwood Scouts got Omega value. But I think the late game Centaurs, was it? Centaurs got a lot of value. No Manticore summons. What? Won? How'd the Beastmen win? Okay, some of the Goreherd did really well, and the Centaurs definitely did really well. I think it was the Centaurs. Centaurs cleaning up the Wild Riders is a tale as old as time. Yeah, look at the value difference, right? The Wild Riders were not really paying for themselves. They kind of got about even value. Centaurs got more than twice their value. Even though they're summoned twice, they just kind of cleaned up. Impressive, though. Beastmen really using that late game to their advantage. Spooky, spooky, spooky. Man, I'm still trying to figure out what faction I want to bring. Who do I want to bring for the grand finals? I have a handful of factions. I have a handful of factions that are okay. Do I play Dunkings maybe? I don't know, man. I don't know anymore. My confidence is shot. We'll see. We'll see how we do tomorrow. I got some sick plays that maybe I can dish out. Bretonia. Oh man, Bretonia's a weird one. They're good though. Like Bretonia is really good. They're like a safe faction to play. And it makes it where you're not going to get kited by some weird shenanigans. Don't Centaurs have like 22 melee attack? They got really good charge bonus. But yeah, Navigator takes the win. Woo. What a crazy match though. What a comeback. He was completely army wiped a second ago. The Skaven. Yeah, get some Skaven action in there. Oh, we'll be set. Never underestimate a man with the Hulk as his profile picture, yeah. Why is there a little star thing there, though? Oh, it says who the team leader is? Bro, stop covering up the portraits. Yeah, I'm actually wondering if I should either go super meta as a base or super not meta as a base. I think it really depends on what my opponents are going for. Because, like, if they're gonna play Ogres, Vampire counts as just a free win. Ogres, though, I feel like Ogres are actually weaker than one might expect. It seems like they, now that I've played them a ton, nothing makes you feel like a faction is weak like playing them. And I feel like they just suck. They just suck to terror bombs. Not a single thing I can do against a lot of terror and some high DPS infantry. You gotta get a couple lead belchers, but then you win the cav fight. Easy peasy. The only time you lose versus Ogres is if you're fighting in the spawn zone. That feels a little uncomfortable. Going non-meta is definitely a lot more funny, but it leaves me open to many sketchy things. You're more interested in the 2v2 meta? It's pretty cheesy as far as I can tell. True though, Zinschwein ban incoming. I think artillery builds, like super defensive plays, they tend to go really well. You don't need that much artillery too. But just on how the supplies work, the defender's advantage for 2v2 is actually quite high. Unlike a normal match, you get 30 income per second to defend your point. So instead of each second it takes your opponent to travel across the field, you have a 15 per second advantage. Instead, you have a 30 per second advantage. That's the difference between an Empire Knight and a Royal Altdorf Griffite by the time you actually make it to your opponent's side of the map. So I feel like you can do that and then kind of just up trade until they run out of units. And then it's pretty easy to spam units to capture the points. But that's just my theory. Just go Warriors of Chaos. Horseman kite never fell off. Mass Horseman. The classic. Ultra classic Anticity strats, man. Then we spam Forsaken and then go for the Hellstrider rush. That's some old school Anticity. Won me the other finals. Maybe I can do it again. I think I have a decent lineup of factions that I can play fairly well in a mirror, or not a mirror, in the grand finals. Sipa's gonna be a little scary, but I think we'll be good. All right, here we go. Beastmen versus High Elves. I think this should be Beastmen favored though. Everyone roots for the underdog faction. It's boring watching Wood Elves in every grand finals. Well, I want to win. I want to win. How am I supposed to show off some fancy factions without succumbing to the meta? This is like the corrupt king progression, right? Any good king has to become a bad king to get into that position. Doesn't matter how good your intentions are. I think that view on society is a little bleak, but I'm sure it has a little bit of truth to it. But classic attack speed enjoyer going for the infantry max. All right. Pretty ludicrous amount of infantry. It's just a bunch of archers. It's going to try and lure the beastmen into the backfield. If the beastmen get a good enough rush, though, it's pretty over. Centaur's pretty good here, too. What do you know? The Butchers of Kalkengard. They've got that white and black color scheme. We got Centaurs, we got Zongors, we got normal Gors. As classic as it gets. Beastmen spamming Gors. High Elves though. They got Techless, Flock of Doom. Flock of Meta. That's actually quite surprising though. Only Flock of Doom. Fairly vanilla techless, but you gotta kill the Centaur somehow. Big question though. Can you jump this? The great thing about this map is that you can contest the points while basically playing in your backfield. The distance from vanguard point to point is actually basically the distance that your archers will shoot at. So if you just kind of park there along this ridge, fire away, they're gonna have to advance. Unfortunately for attack speed enjoyer, beastmen are really good at advancing. I would expect the usual. Ton of gore spam over here. Butchers get in. Archers get completely enveloped. Because this is a rather ludicrous amount of infantry. I think Navigator might have attack speed enjoyer's number too. Attack speed enjoyer tends to go pretty heavy on the man tide. And if he loses, that's it. That's the last game of the day. So, yeah, I'm really interested to see how this goes. I would say my money's on Beastmen, though. I think Beastmen... I think they win this. But let's see. Centaurs. They're pushing up. Not many elves can be seen over this little ridge over here. Butchers maybe a little out of position, but a very fast triple cap for the Beastmen. I think they're pretty happy about that. As it gets the clock ticking. Every minute, that is 180 tickets that go the way of the Beastmen. High Elves are gonna have to push pretty aggressively, and they're gonna have to capture the points. They're gonna have to push at least something onto here. Spearmen, something. Or maybe push the whole formation. As it stands, looks like we're seeing more or less a formation push, alright. Wood Elves, or I mean High Elves, getting in there. Using the techless. It's interesting. So I might have to mute for a second. We should be good. But here we go, big push. Just my neighbor. Just my neighbor. But yeah, big push time. It has arrived. So let's take a look-see. Butcher's the Calcan Guard. The moving on in. Gores are all over the spear. These are actually Sylvan Guard and Spearmen. Interesting. But I would expect this to generally fall pretty quickly. Archers are getting collapsing on. That was actually pretty weak sauce Silver Helm charge on these Centaurs too. Big whiff too. Looks like Spell Missed. That was Techless's big AoE. But of course, early valid trading. It is going the way of the High Elves. But it's that late game where the Beastmen really cook. Because look at this. Right now, Butchers, basically uncontested. So they're healing up. They're doing pretty well. Most of the Beastmen infantry are doing pretty good. And this is where things get a little sus. As soon as we see the first few routes of the High Elves, it's pretty bad. But actually, dang, Spearmen actually hold, okay. Not a huge amount of routing. They're actually holding surprisingly well. Despite that, Archers still getting shut down. Lots of Centaurs are getting in there. And the Butchers, I think these guys are going to be the late game terror again. Quite literally. So take a look at this. Butchers. Still great stats overall. Basically uncontested. Half the archers are dead, so there's no focus fire on them. No sign of the Fireborn. That means butchers are going to do pretty well here. Attack speed also hasn't gotten that many tickets. Still anyone's game though, right? A little bit of a break on the right side. But maybe we see another late game Beastman. I can't trust my value judgments anymore. Malagor is gonna get a route. Butcher is still alive. Looks like the Beastmen are getting an army wipe though. Silver and with their 54 melee defense, by the way, really cooking up the Zongors. Zongors, not normal Gors, so they don't have the anti-infantry. A little bit of a bad matchup actually taken on the side of the Beastmen. And the point is still being held, so I feel like this is atrocious for Beastmen. But I've been here before. Another big cast, routes off a unit. Okay, and I think he's actually gonna finish off the Butchers of Kalkengard this time. Okay, yeah, and Beastmen do tap out. Okay, alright. So I'm not crazy. Just a little bit of a better trade, and the front line was just stronger. High elf front line basically did not route that entire game. Kind of surprising though. But yeah, I feel like we really need to see a lot more Gores, right? There's Fireborn? No Fireborn, just Dragon Princes. Interesting, alright. Very interesting. Well, alright, alright. Last match then. Last match of the day. I'm exhausted though. Your boy in Disney could use a break. Ugh. What's it gonna be? Chaos Dwarves versus High Elves? Who surrendered? The Beastmen. High Elves won it. The Mass Archer Mantide defeated the Beastmen. Honestly, I don't even know how I feel about Zongors anymore. I feel like you should just spam normal Gores. I feel like they get through the front line so much faster. But I'm no Beastmen player. I don't really know what I'm doing there. Chaos Dwarves versus High Elves. If that's actually the matchup, we're in for some shenanigans. Because High Elves have a lot of fire resist. So we'll see. All right, here we go. Either way, it's Chaos Dwarf favored. Is it? Do High Elves have tech to beat the crazy armor of Chaos Dwarves? Do they? I'm not entirely sure myself. We'll see, we'll see. Like, you can spam Dwarf Warriors. Can you just take White Lions? I guess you kind of have to deal with trains. Oh, no. Wood Elves versus Chaos Dwarves. I feel like Wood Elves should be pretty good versus Chaos Dwarves, though. Can't you just, like, Waywatcher kite them? Chaos Dwarves can't rush. I feel like Wood Elves can just Waywatcher kite them. Let's see. What do they have? What do Chaos Dwarves have here? Really not much, right? Attack speed and Jory doesn't usually go for Waywatcher Kite. I feel like he might just spam a bunch of infantry. And then maybe trains would do well against that. In general, Chaos Dwarf Artillery, it is dodgeable. So at this level of play, I think if Navigator spams Death Shrieks, I think he actually loses. Lion Chariots, yeah, they're not bad versus Infantry. This is also Chaos Dwarf favored? You're kidding me. Let me check the stats. Chaos Dwarves versus Wood Elves. They have a 43% win rate. So according to global statistics, and this is 46 games played. According to global statistics, Chaos Dwarves are not happy to fight this matchup. And I think Wood Elves get better the higher level you are. So I think they win. Wood Elves aren't really a huge fan of fire. I guess, but you can just not take Dryads. I think Way Watchers crush it. I don't think any cavalry really get a crazy amount of value here. Like, Wood Elves really suffer against heavy armored cavalry, but like, you got Bull Centaurs and Wolf Riders. That's literally it. Roster's quite limited. Triple magma cannon. Okay, magma cannons could be pretty hilarious versus Wood Elves. That is true. What about the heart? Nurgle has the most heart out of all factions. Indisputably, Nurgle is probably the most loved. Will we ever see a Nurgle meta? If Nurgle's ever good, they just become vampire counts, so maybe we don't want that. The average Wood Elf tryhard is better at the game than the average Chaos Dwarf enjoyer. Yeah. Like, I would definitely put my money on attack speed enjoyer here. Could die, maybe cook up something. So that's why I think Way Watchers are so good. I think you take 4 Way Watchers and there's like nothing Chaos Dwarfs can do. Ready to be wrong though. Maybe to get some sick magma cannon plays. Attack speed's ready though. Oh, he ready. I think if attack speed goes for the Mantide, however, if attack speed goes for the Mantide and Chaos Dwarves hit him up with the artillery, I think that's a winning play for Chaos Dwarves. One of those matchups that most people consider toxic and not fun to play. People say that about Chaos Dwarves in general, though, just because they have trains. People hate trains, man. And they're ready. Last game of the day. Thank goodness. And my last tournament went so much faster. This one took ages. Well, let's take a look. Castellans, armor, a train against Glade spam. With 2 Way Watchers. 2 Way Watchers seems low, but I'll take it. Seems like it could be pretty fun. So, dwarves are pretty slow here, right? I think dwarves are super dead. They have an Iron Demon, it's like double Castellan. We think the bonus verse large is gonna do something in melee? Astrogoth, I guess he's kind of hype. He has Flamestorm, that's pretty cool. But yeah, this army's moving at 28 speed. I don't know, man. I don't see a world where Chaos Dwarves win this. Oh, Wildwood Rangers. Oh, it's over. Yeah, I think it's a million times over. I don't think there's a way this can be won. You basically have the Beastmen versus the High Elves, except the High Elves have to deal with the much slower Beastmen. Not sure what Navigator's cooking here. This is a weird strat. I really thought it would be the artillery spam. And then maybe you tank the arrows of Kurnos. I guess. This is... I don't know, man. I don't know if I can really say I like this. The sus is real. The sketchiness is very real. We'll see though. There's a chance attack speed and Jory or flubs it. Gets his Waywatch caught. He does have the Hawkeyes of Cure. That's a minus 16 leadership debuff. Laborers beware. Wild Riders beat Hobgoblin Wolf Riders. Quite handily indeed. Look at that charge bonus. Charge bonus of 68 against those guys. Now, I think the only way the dwarves can win here is if they capture all the points and the Wood Elves take too long to shoot them to bits. I think that's literally the only thing they can do to win here. Maybe a skirmish catch on these guys. Attack speed enjoyer, not respecting Navigator's dodging capabilities. Astrogoth, not really taking a lot of damage. This ammunition is quite valuable. You don't really want to waste it here. So like maybe a little sus. It was a Kurnos, not bad versus the Iron Demon. And first capture point goes the way of the Chaos Dwarves. So the slow push continues. Now, very important thing to note, these Glade Guard are not armor piercing. Now they're gonna kill Hobgoblins like no one's business. But the Dwarf Warriors, the 3, 4, 5 Dwarf Warriors, maybe they cook. You're seeing a very slow capture here. Okay. Okay, kind of like what I see here. So Navigator is basically saying like, yeah, shoot me. I dare you. I'm gonna uptrade with the Castellans. They're gonna do great. We're gonna poke away your range units. You're gonna lose them to my trains. I'm gonna sneak some Wolf Riders in. And then what do? You triple capped. You sweating. Maybe. We're seeing a Chaos Dwarf Warrior push. Doing okay. He actually gets caught by a Flame Storm. That's some pretty massive value on good old Astrogoth here. That's probably going to kill multiple models here. And you know what? Maybe the Chaos Dwarves have something going on. If the Castellans can continue poking away and taking out the high DPS units of the Wood Elves, I think maybe this is doable. Take a look over here. Many of the archers are shut down. Train's still alive. Astrogoth cooking. Waystalker. Waystalker's dying to Chaos Dwarf Warriors on account of him having basically no health. The only scary thing here are these Wild Hunters of Kurnos. Now he is forced to, I guess, re-summon the Cutthroats. Not a huge fan of those. I'm pretty sure they just insta-give to Cav. But in theory, the Chaos Dwarves are actually somehow winning this. Now, I don't know how this is possible in the slightest. I kind of thought they were just gonna, you know, get kited into oblivion here, but I guess one Flame Storm and non-armor piercing Glade Guard kind of get it done. I'm not gonna lie, I think the quad Waywatcher build would have cooked here. But I think we are about to see a rapid victory for Navigator. I don't see a lot that attack speed can do here. Astrogoth is now on the Lord Hunt. And now it's just Wild Riders. Arrows of Kurnos kind of whiffs. Not the best Arrows of Kurnos either. Astrogoth, he's getting in there. Gets another chonky Flame Storm, alright. Gets another hit on the Lord. Is he actually gonna win this? I can't believe it. This would be a pretty insane upset. I felt like this was so winnable. for attack speed, but like his Glade Guard just got mega shut down. I feel like his Wild Hunters were maybe slightly out of position, because like the Cav flank here realistically should have never caught the Glade Guard. Could have kited him all the way back to the spawn zone. But now we're looking at one Weight Watcher left. They're not really doing that much damage. These are Infernal Guard, by the way. Better than your average Dwarf Warrior. Lots of leadership, insane stats. Probably crazy mass too. Let's take a look. Yeah, 250. So the cavalry don't really do much there. Castellans. They're not even looking the right direction. Dang. That's their contempt, by the way. They don't even know how to look in this direction. Who cares? He doesn't need Castellans. Well, alright. They're chilling. But I think Wood Elves are gonna start to slowly come back now. Astrogoth is getting caught up by the Wild Hunters. If they kill Astrogoth, potentially a good play here. Wood Elves might be able to fight this and capture a point. I'm not gonna call it just yet. I'm not gonna lie though, I'm pretty tired. Hopefully this battle does end soon. Looking at one big advantage to win, but the Cutthroats, they actually make it on top of Glade Guard. I guess they do have bronze shields. That's 35% resistance over there. I think attack speed Enjoyer was just way too stand your ground though. He just stood his ground against the Chaos Dwarves and now he's kind of suffering for it. You can imagine if he pulled back slightly, up trading would have been there. But hey, I shouldn't judge too much. We're not here in the finals. Big route though on the Spellweaver. Not a lot of value either. Astrogoth on the other hand, 2,200. That's exactly what you want to see on a melee caster lord. But the Wood Elves do capture 1 point. Very sus. All it takes is 1 point to buy yourself a lot of time. Double Castellan though. They'll be pretty hard to throw off. And the Cutthroats and the Infernal Guard here, they're still fighting. So we're looking at like about another minute before this really gets settled. Oh my god. But he didn't capture the point. We got some heroic wolf riders here, distracting the Wild Riders from the point. And that might actually be a second fairly heavy misplay for the Wood Elves. That's not good. That's not good at all. Doesn't capture the middle point either. Castellan's moving on. Clock's ticking. We're looking at 3 minutes. He has 3 minutes before the end of the game. That's pretty bad. If it takes 1 minute to cap this, the dwarves are already going to be at 1,200 tickets. That is nigh unacceptable. Train's going to be hunting down the Wild Hunters. And another overchase. Attack speed Enjoyer. Leaves the 3rd point again. Might get a charge on the Hobgoblins. But I think Navigator is happy. Absolutely happy for this distraction. Gets another train on the battlefield too. Astrogoth. He's going to die though. And the Wood Elves can probably capture this point. They got archers. They got Eternal Guard. 1 point is capped, but the Chaos Dwarves win on a 1 cap. So if they can keep things fairly even, they're pretty happy. Big old Flamestorm on the Stag Knights. Quite a bit of damage. But it looks like the Stag Knights are going to cook here. Which means it's just going to come down to the trains and the Castellans. First point gets captured. A little bit early. As per my predictions. But there's not a lot on the right side. Now, Stag Knights and a Zote. All right. They can probably get the middle. Astrogoth is gone, though. Iron Demon. I think the Iron Demons are going to be super annoying, though, right? This is 12 capture weight between the Iron Demons and the Castellans. If they just sit on this point, they're going to need 2 full HP units of infantry to capture. Most of them are going to be routing off the field. Zotes don't have that much capture weight. So it could be a little sus. We could also see the anti-large of the Castellans actually come into play too. Against the Zotes. But the trading here is pretty bad. Down trading and losing this point, I think, is gonna cost attack speed and joy of the game. But he does have the Lord back. She has decent capture weight. She has good leadership. And she has some Flock of Dooms that she can cast out. Infernal Guard here, though, refusing to rout. They're just gonna hold up these archers forever. But can the capture weight cook? Castellans. They actually have a lot of bonus versus large. So against the Zotes, they're actually kind of cooking. Melee defense-wise, pretty good, but one of them looked like they're about to rout. And middle point is probably going to get captured. Almost time to Flamestorm to hit the Stag Knights to save Astrogoth. It does provide some leadership when casting, so this is not as ridiculous a play as you might consider. Though losing the Goblin Laborers to your own Flamestorm, maybe a little sus. But I think what we're about to see is some last hold shenanigans. Both trains are moving on to the point now. And as expected, capture weight ain't too good. Lord loss, pretty rough though. And with one castle and routing, it looks like the Wood Elves do manage to capture the point. But here's the problem. Most of the units are on the far side. And this point's about to be reinforced by 2 Chaos Dwarf Warriors. And with only 80 seconds on the clock, that's not a lot of time. 80 seconds would be enough to get here if you are already moving with a massive infantry. But at this point, I don't think it's enough. I think Navigator barely took a win here. Pretty crazy throw, though. I think attack speed had a few too many misplays. But yeah, there's just no pushing past these trains. 50 seconds on the clock. It takes 20 seconds at least to capture a point. Another Cav unit gets summoned, but it's just a Wild Rider. That's not nearly enough capture weight. All these guys could get routed off immediately right now, and they probably still would not be able to secure the point in time. And with 30 seconds on the clock, Chaos Dwarves actually winning the capture race here with the Infernal Guard that never died, and another Chaos Dwarf Warrior to pressure the point. Looks like Navigator's gonna win it. Congratulations! Navigator played well. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna need a good rest after this stream, though. This went way too long. I think it was best of 3s from the beginning on the slower end of the bracket. Oh my god. These tournaments can last as short as 3 hours, but I guess when it really goes, it really goes. Oh my goodness. Well, GG, well played. Navigator. Congrats on the win. Remember to report score. All right. Well, I'm just gonna end the stream now. Oh, I guess I should check out the Outriders because people have been asking about that for millennia. I'll do a quick Outrider test and then I'm gonna end the stream because I am exhausted. It's been a long day. So what? You're saying silver chevron Outriders? We're gonna test them versus vampire counts. You get 2 crypt horrors. All right, let's see. 1 base, 1 silver, and triple gold. I'll only do that after. Let's just get a quick test so I can end the stream. I'm a tired man. All right, so we have 2 Outriders here, right? We test out. See the difference? 279, 372. So if you use like a third of your ammunition, you get your money back. I'd say that's pretty worth then. I'd say that's pretty worth. Yeah, they'll shoot slightly faster. They'll miss a little less. 800, 600. Yeah, so you get your money back worth of value pretty fast. I'd say it's fine. I'm not saying like this is 3 times the damage, but I think it's fine. Against infantry, they get a lot less value too. And they're not going to be perpetually shooting. I think it's not bad. I think it's worth taking if you want that little bit of extra oomph. If you have the money, it's better than chevrons on other units. But alright, I'm gonna end the day. Peace. Tomorrow we'll hopefully get a shorter tournament. And I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.